will be a star freelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Error handling is an important aspect of every application, so we're going to look at it. And a developer needs to make sure that the API should be able to handle unexpected occurrences as well. In ASP.NET Web APIs, we can handle these in a myriad of ways. So in this lecture, we're going to explore error handling both at development and production stage. While in the development environment, we can use either developer exception page or exception handling middleware. Note that exception handling middleware can also be used in the development environment to produce a consistent payload format across all environments. We can also use exception filters to modify API responses. Now let's look at the developer exception page in details. The developer exception page shows detailed stack traces for server errors. It uses developer exception page middleware to capture asynchronous and synchronous exceptions from the HTTP pipeline and generate error responses. So when the page detects an unhandled exception, for example, calling our throw method, it generates a default plain text response showed in the sample response. If the client requests an HTML formatted response, the developer exception page generates a response that will render an HTML page showing the stack trace of the exception. To request an HTML formatted response, set the accept HTTP request header to text/HTML. So let's now apply filters to modify API responses. So when an exception is thrown, in this case the contents of the response are modified from outside of the controller using a custom exception and an action filter. We can implement this type of error handling in 3 steps. The first step is to create a well-known exception type named HTTP response exception. We then create an action filter named HTTP response exception filter. After creating the action filter for our exception, we add the action filter to the filters collection in the program CS file. So we can now explore exception handling middleware. We can use exception handling middleware to produce an error payload in a non-development environment. While in development, we can use the middleware to create consistent payload formats across different environments. For this part of the lecture, we're going to switch back to Visual Studio to our shopping list API. We're going to make changes to our code to use error handling middleware in both development and non-development environments. So there we are in Visual Studio. So let's go over to our program CS file here and edit it a little bit. So we're going to register different exception handling handler routes for both development and non-development environments. So let's go over to this if statement here. If we're in development, we're going to use Swagger, and here we need to use app.use exception handler. And I'm going to add the error handling path, which will be error development. And then in the else block, we also need to make sure that we set something up. So when we're not in the development environment, we can set up something like /error, like this. So now we have registered routes. Let's create a controller that will have the custom logic to handle exceptions with these routes. So therefore we are going to create an errors controller. So let's go over to our controllers here, right click and add a new controller. And we're going to select the API controller empty. Then let's give it the name of errors controller. All right, so this is what we're going to get. We're going to get a route where it says API controller. We now need to add action methods with routes as registered in our program CS. Let's add an action method for the error development route. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a root here, root, and error minus development. And actually we need to make sure we have a slash here. So you might recall this is what we had set up in our program CS. This one here, you can actually also just copy it from here to really make sure that it's going to be written exactly the same. So this will be a public I action result, which I'm gonna call handle error development. And here we're going to use from services I host environment, which I'm going to call host environment. Now this action should obviously be inside of the errors controller class, otherwise this won't work. And then we need to return something. So I'm going to check if the host environment is development, and here I'm going to use an exclamation mark before, which means that it is not development. So when we're not in development, we're going to return not found. And otherwise, we're going to create an exception handler feature, which is going to be an HTTP context.features.get with the iException handler feature. And here we need to close it like so. Now this can then be used to return a problem. So return problem, with the problem being, well, having a detail, which we can get from our exception handler feature. So the detail colon will be exception handler feature error dot stack trace. And the title that will be displayed should be exception handler feature dot error dot message. Like so. And now in both cases we're going to return something. Here, as you see, handle error development will return in both cases. Now what I'm going to do here is, for this statement, I'm going to add an exclamation mark at the end. Then you see this error disappears. So capture the exception feature details or null if the feature doesn't exist. So that's what this exclamation mark will do for us. And then this warning will disappear. So we have our development error handler set up. Now to move on to the handler for a non-development environment, let's add another action method in our errors controller with the root of error. So I'm going to create a root of error. Oh man, the IDE is really great. And then this will be an iAction result that we're going to get, and it will be called handle error. And written like this will probably be the best. So how can we handle this error? Well, I'm just going to return the problem. Notice that for this action method, we do not specify the detail and title for the exception. This is because for development, as a developer, you need access to these so as to be able to debug the cause of the exception, things which you may not want to show to users on the live environment. So this is really important. You don't want to display the entire error in detail to users in the live environment. So to test our application, we need to simulate an exception in both the development and non-development environment. To simulate an exception, we're going to add a method that throws an exception in our errors controller. So let's just add it here. And this will be an HTTP get, which I'm going to call throw. And here I'm going to get public iAction result throw. So this will be my throwing method, and it should throw a new exception called sample exception. Okay, now if we go over to our launch settings JSON file, you will see under ASP.NET Core environment that it specifies that we're currently in development. This is set to by default. So for the first test, we're going to run the API without making a change here. So let's run it. And we execute the throw action method. So we are throwing an error here. Errors, response status, Swagger JSON. So you see the UI page loads with an error. Let's investigate the error in our Visual Studio. As the app is still running, while it's running, really important, go to View and then to Output. So from here, we can extract the error causing our Swagger UI to throw an error. So let's actually rerun it just to get the window straight away. Okay, and there we are. So we get the error, it's still here. You see this UI error still here. And we can see that we get a swashbuckle error here with some details. So Swagger is complaining about the fact that two action methods in the errors controller do not have explicit HTTP verbs. We do not need to explicitly specify HTTP verbs for the error handling methods because we do not want them to be accessible outside the API. We will not need to fix this now for this course. We're not going to use Swagger to test our custom error handlers. Let's make a GET request in the browser or application, something like Postman, so that we simulate the throw GET request. Now in this demo, I'm just going to use the browser. So I'm going to use my root API /errors/throw. All right, let's go over here. My root API is already entered. And here I'm just going to go over to API /errors/throw. And let me actually copy this because I'm going to need it again. So the error is thrown. This particular error that we have here with this exception that we're generating. Let's continue our code and we see this is the details that we're getting. So this is what we're getting if we are in the development environment. Now let's make a quick change. And before I do that, I also realized that I had an error with the root here. So inside of my errors controller, I need to make sure that the root is /error and not just capital error. Okay, now inside of the launch settings, I need to make a change from being in development to staging. So here, let's change that to staging for both of the settings for ASP.NET Core environment. Okay, now let's rerun this. And in my case, if I rerun it, then it doesn't work for the first time because it still shows me the Swagger, UI Swagger, but the second time I run it, then it's fine because it doesn't pre-build in my case for some reason. So what we can do here is we can also go to API /errors/throw. Okay, the one that we had before. We're throwing the error. This one that we generated ourselves, this exception. Let's continue. And you see that we get a very different response here. So we get a lot less details here about the entire error, and that is because now we are in the staging environment in comparison to having been in the development environment that we were at before. And that's pretty much what we've set up here with the different routes that we have, as well as in our program CS, the different settings. So here we're using Swagger, we're using Swagger UI, and that's why we can display anything at all. But once we're not in the development environment, we're not using Swagger, we're not using Swagger UI, which is why we also just get a blank screen saying this page is not available or this localhost page cannot be found. Okay, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one.
Hello and welcome back. Today we are going to take a look at Minimal API. This was one of the ASP.NET Core components that were released alongside with .NET 6. Let's dive right in and see what it's all about. So what is Minimal API? It's a new approach for building APIs in general without all the complex structure of MVC Pattern. For some developers it might look like a prototyping tool, but for others it could look like a stepping stone into the world of APIs in general. However, Minimal API uses the power of C#10 and .NET 6, and it combines it with top-level statement and lambda attributes of C# to abstract a lot of MVC configurations. Alright, before we go too far, let's just take a look again at the word minimal. So minimal in this context does not mean simple or easy, it just means minimalistic and less configuration. Minimal simply means that it contains the minimum set of components needed to build an entire HTTP API, such as routing, model, or parameter binding and serialization. Just keep in mind that minimal APIs are an alternative way of building HTTP services, but it does not replace the entire MVC Model View Controller framework. Great, let's take a look at benefits of minimal API. It massively reduces the complexity of development because most configurations are abstracted. It's pretty easy for new developers to get started, and you could potentially set up an entire API in a pretty short period of time, which is great for prototyping also. For sure, since it runs on .NET 6 and C#10, all of the latest improvements and functionalities are supported out of the box right now. As mentioned earlier, we no longer need MVC Pattern here. We can simply build an API without any controller. So the only thing that you need is a program CS file and your project file in general. And another big benefit of the minimal API is the amazing performance. In comparison to a default API, the minimal API is pretty simplified when it comes to compilation and building, which actually means that the application will run much faster. For sure, there are some downsides too, so let's real quick take a look at them. Minimal API is pretty new and still in an early stage, which is not bad at all because everything has a beginning, right? As the minimal API system will grow over time, we will see an entire support for nearly all functions. But right now, some functions such as filtering, model binding, and API versioning are not fully supported. So as you can see, the downside is pretty small. Let's head over to Visual Studio and build our first minimal API. Let's create our first minimal web API. We are going to build a minimal equivalent of our existing shopping list API that we've built previously. First of all, let's start Visual Studio 2022 and select Create New Project. Now let's search for API in the search box and then select the ASP.NET Core Web API, which we can find right here at the top side. Please make sure that you select C# and not F#. So let's select C#, the top one here, and click Next. Let's give the project a good name. Let's call it Minimal Shopping List API. Click on Next. As a .NET version, we will use 6.0 right now, which is the long-term support version. As you can see at the bottom side right here, use controllers uncheck to use minimal API, and we want to use a minimal API, so let's just uncheck this checkbox here, so deselect it. We can keep the rest on default settings, so let's create the project right now. The project is now fully loaded for me, and as you can see, we have a program.cs file on the right side in our Solution Explorer, so let's just open it up, and as you can see, we are in top level statement immediately, right? So this template is also updated to .NET 6, so we don't have a program class, we are in top level statement when we first launch the application right here. So this is the default minimal API that gets created, and as always it uses this type of weather forecasting so that we can run the application and then we get some random weather data like freezing, bracing, chilly, cool, etc. when we hit the weather forecast endpoint here, the get endpoint. So as you can see, we have that get mapping here, but just don't, it doesn't really matter right now. We will remove all of this template code and build our own minimal API from scratch for sure. The important thing to mention here before we get rid of all this stuff is that everything we need for this application is in this single program CS file, right? So we have the methods, the dependency injection, and the models all in this single file. In the Solution Explorer, you can see that we don't have any other files for classes or anything else. Pretty amazing that all of this is just done in a single file, but right now let's get rid of it and build it on our own. The default weather forecast API does not use any kind or any type of database, but for sure we want to use one. We also don't want to set up an entire MS SQL database, but we should use a simple version of database type. That's why we use an in-memory database. For this, we will first download and install a NuGet package. So what we do is we go on Tools on top side here, go to NuGet Package Manager, manage NuGet packages for solution. click on browse, not on installed, and let's search for Microsoft.entity framework core.in memory, which will lead us to a package right here, Microsoft Entity Framework core.in memory. You can see it got downloaded pretty often, so we choose this one. It's an in-memory database provider for Entity Framework Core, which is what we use right here, correct? Great, so let's just select this for our current project. Select the latest stable version 6.0.2 and let's click on install. Click on accept to accept the license agreements. And we will install another NuGet package, which is Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.Diagnostics.Entity Framework Core, so that we can use diagnostics in our project. We have it here on top side, as you can see. Let's uncheck include pre-releases, so make sure that this one is not checked for you. And here we also for sure install it for our current project and select the latest stable version 6.0.2 and let's click on install. Accept the license prompt and everything should install without any problems. Alright, so now we got everything set up so that we can start developing. And in our next lesson, we will start setting up and creating our first minimal API. Great, so let's switch to our program CS and create everything from scratch. First of all, we need that builder to build a web application. So we say var builder equals to web application dot create builder, and we set args. So if we have any arguments, we can use them there. Next step, we add the endpoint. So we say builder dot services dot add endpoint API explorer. There we go. And builder.services.add Swagger, there we have it, Swagger generation, so that we have some API documentation. And then we can say var app equals to builder.build. Now we have our application set up and can configure it for specific cases, like, hey, we are in a development scenario, so we can say if app.environment is development environment, and we can say our app uses Swagger and our app uses Swagger UI, so that we have a testing environment while we are in development, right? And because we checked it when we created the project, our application is configured to use HTTPS, so we use HTTPS redirection. And then we can start the application finally. So we say app.run. So this is pretty much the boiler code or the template code which we removed earlier, but it's all without the weather forecasting stuff. But you should be familiar enough with ASP.NET Core right now that you can remember that code part, right? We always have that application builder here. Then we have some services that we can add right here to the container, and then we can build our application right here, and then we can configure some other stuff, right? So this is pretty much everything it needs to create an application. If I hit run right now, you can see that the compilation is successful. That's the most important point for sure. And on my other screen, I can see here a Swagger UI. So everything seems to be working, right? But we have no operations defined, which is totally fine. We also see a Swagger JSON file. It's working, that's the most important point, because this is what it takes to build the smallest application possible in ASP.NET Core. For you to get really started from scratch, this is all it takes. Next part would be to get our grocery model from previous chapters into our current new project right here, so that we can perform some CRUD, create, read and update operations for our grocery shopping list, right? Great, so we need to add a new class to our new project here. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, right click on our project and click on add, and then add new class, and let's call it grocery. There we go, let's click add, and we have our new class right here. Now we can configure some properties. First of all, for sure, we also should have an ID here. So we say prop tab, so that we can get a shortcode which automatically generates a property for us. It's a public int press tab again, and we can jump to the name. We can say ID, which is totally fine. Let's create another one, which could be nullable. As you can see, it already gets from the AI suggested, which is totally fine. We have string name, but it should be nullable. However, if we want it like this, we can just simply press tab right now. So let's press tab and set the name to nullable. So we just add a question mark behind the string right here. And then we have a Boolean, which we can use to say if the product is bought or purchased or not. So what we do is we say again prop, which is the shortcode for property, right? Every time you can see this sign right here, you can use a shortcode. Simply press 2 times tab on your keyboard. So tab, right? Just in case you didn't know that. Public integer, we can change that to bool in this case right now. And another tab for switching to the name field, you can say purchased. So just as you know it, right, from the previous chapters. All right, so our grocery model here is finished. We have ID, name, and purchased flag. Now we have to set up a connection to add this grocery model here into a new in-memory database, which we have to set up and configure. All right, so now we have a grocery class set up. We could also define that class, or we could have defined that class inside our program CS directly, absolutely no problem. But in terms of good coding patterns like clean code and object-oriented programming, etc., we will keep them in separate files instead. So we have a grocery CS here, absolutely fine. Now we need some database configuration. So first of all, we need a database context, as you already know it, right? So we create a new file, new C# class for sure. Right click on the project, add new class, and we call it API DB context or something similar to this. So feel free to choose the name you'd like, but in terms of making it easy to follow, you should choose the same name as me for sure. So what we do is we inherit that API DB context from the base class DB context. This is exactly the same stuff that you do normally. So you have that DB context file, that DB context class. Right now it's red underlined because we don't have any references here. So we hold that mouse over, or the cursor over the DB context, and see show potential fixes and see using Microsoft Entity Framework Core, right? So now that we have this DB context, later on we will use it with dependency injection. Right now we can create a constructor. There's a shortcode for this too. You write ctor tab, and you got that constructor here, API DB context. And as always, if we create a custom DB context, we take that DB context options API DB context, which are the options right here. By default, it's a little bit more extended. We also use that base here, so that we use the base options like this, right? So if you want to make custom adjustments for the database management system, for example, you can use the options here, the options parameter. We leave it as it is right now, but we also add a custom DB set for our groceries for sure. So what we do is we say prop DB set of type grocery with the name groceries. And we can leave it as a property, for example, or we can say goes to set of grocery like this. And what this set method here does, it's from dbcontext.set method. That's what it is. It just creates a DB set of type T, and type T is here grocery. So grocery is actually a DB set of grocery. So this is what the set method here is doing. So now we have our database context fully set up. Pretty small, but that's totally fine. So I'm gonna save it right now and jump back to our program CS file where we get the application set up. By default, in other applications, you may have noticed that before we build that application using builder.build, we have to register the application DB context if we use a database, right? If we use the standard MVC pattern, for example, then we also have that add DB context method included in the services. So that already is in the template, but now since we're doing it all from scratch, we have to add it manually. So what we now do is we add our database context to our current application so that we can really make use of a database in our application. We do builder.services.add context, which is here. And since we're using a custom type, because we just created a class which is called API context, we say this is not of type context. Instead, we say this is our custom type, which we just created, API context. For sure, also here, context, there we go. For sure, it always says that we don't have the references. So we say using minimal shopping list API. We just import that in first line of code here, which is just the namespace that we have here, right? So absolutely default code going on just in top level statements. So everything as usual, add DB context. And now we can configure the database using custom options here. So we go options goes to options.use in memory database. There you go. And we will need entity framework call for this. So show potential fixes using Microsoft Entity Framework call. Not a problem at all. And now we can define a database name, and we can say the name will be shopping list API. All right, so we got our in-memory database set up with the name shopping list API, which is fine. And if we hit run, the application should still compile. So always check smaller parts, right? So write some code, hit start, see if everything is still compiling or if you're maybe missing any components or something else, right? So still running, looks good. We don't have any compilation errors here, so we can continue developing. Okay, so in this lesson, we will add our first endpoint, but I want to make sure that you get some deeper insights in the building process at all. So what we see here is that we have our builder in line 4, which is simply web application.create builder, right? It sets up the builder pretty straightforward. In the next step, we will add services, right? We got the Swagger generation here. We got some endpoint API Explorer methods going on. And what we did in the last lesson is that we added our add DB context. What does services at all mean? Pretty easy, and I guess you already know it. We can use those services that we register before we build the application. We can use them later on via the dependency injection. So let me repeat that. What we register before we build the application is usable after building the application through the dependency injection. In line 8, we add the DB context, right? That's before we building the application, which means that after building the application, so after line 10 is completed and we build the web application, we can use the DB context through the dependency injection, which is what we need right now. This is the reason why we add our endpoints after we build the application. I just really wanted to point that out just in case you didn't know. So just remember, after building the application, we can use the services that we registered through the dependency injection. Awesome. So our first endpoint will be a get endpoint for the endpoint /shopping list, which returns all of the groceries currently stored inside of our database set. Let's go into line 11 here, or line 12, depending on how much space you want to have inside of your code. We say app.mapGet, right? So, and as you can see, or maybe already guessed, this is the method that we can use to create an endpoint for the HTTP type get, right? So we call that endpoint, or we make that endpoint listening on shopping list. We write a custom method here, say async API DB context, which is our context that we just registered in line 8 through the dependency injection, right? We added it in services here, so we can use it. That's why I explained it previously. So we say DB, and it goes to await DB.groceries, which is our DB set.toList async. And we should write non-blocking code. This is why we're doing it in async here. And we're using pretty new syntax, which is making just everything a little bit a little bit smaller, a little bit shorter. We don't have like 8 lines of code in order to create an endpoint using a method with the standard syntax, etc. and the default coding style. Right now we have that arrow function here attached, which simply says that we add a get endpoint, which is listening to a /shopping list. And if that endpoint is getting called, we will run an async method using the application DB context via the dependency injection here, right? That's why we're calling it after app.build or builder.build. And the method syntax, so the code that should get executed, is or goes to await.db groceries.toList async. All right, so this endpoint will return all of the groceries which are currently available in our in-memory database, right? If we hit 1 or Control F5 just to make a hot reload enabled and not always have to start the application manually using the entire build system, so this one will stay open now, we can see in Swagger that we have the get endpoint on /shopping list, right? Which is pretty amazing. What we can do now is we can try that out using try it out on the top right corner. And we don't have any parameters configured in the endpoint. In our minimal API, we can simply press execute here. And you can see that request and the response here at the bottom side. So we got that request to the correct endpoint. And the response is for sure empty because we currently don't have any grocery items in our database. So everything is fine. Okay, so let's close that for now. Make sure to definitely take a look at this line of code because this is really how we now set up endpoints in the minimal API. If you are ready for a challenge right now and you can get the idea of what we are doing here in line 12, you know the principle of CRUD operations, right? You know, create, read, update, and delete. You learned that throughout the course over and over again. Right now we have that read functionality of like all groceries which are available, but right now we don't have any groceries. So please, if you're ready for a challenge, now go ahead and add a new endpoint, which is like posting. So post a grocery item to our application and write it into the database. You should be able to do that if you just take a look at point 12 and just create the post endpoint instead of a get endpoint. If you're ready for it, do it now. If you want to do it together with me, we will do it in the next lesson for sure. So try it out and join me in the next lesson. Okay, so I hope that you tried it out. I hope that you tried to complete the challenge and to add a new endpoint, which is a post endpoint, in order to add a new grocery item to our in-memory database. All right. So if you tried it, please follow along with me and check if you made it in the way that I would do it now. And if you haven't tried it, the same goes for you. We will now create that endpoint. So our goal is to add a new grocery item. So we create a post endpoint and can simply say app.map_post, right? This endpoint or this post method is also configured for the route shopping list, but just for another HTTP method, right? It's post instead of get. Also here we have that async method that we can run, and instead of only using the DB context from the dependency injection, we will also use a grocery item which just gets sent over from the request body, right? We say grocery. This is the item we want to add to the database. API DB context DB goes to, and this time we need a little bit more code. This is why we add curly braces. DB, which is actually the parameter here, application DB context from dependency injection, groceries.add, pretty straightforward. We add that from the parameter, the grocery item that gets sent from the request. Now, as always, if we add, remove, or adjust something in a database, we simply say await DB save changes async. We keep in the we stay with the pattern of async because the method is async. So if we can call an async method, we should do it right now. Then we can return. And we can return nearly anything we want. We can just return a simple OK or whatever, but we will return a route. So we say results i.created, because we created the resource on the server. This is why we should use the iResults interface here and the implementation of results, and then the created. As you can see, we have also other informations here for sure, bad request, conflict, problem, and okay, for example. But for now we do created because it's a post endpoint. That totally makes sense. And we say that we return the route. Need some formatting here. This is why we add the $sign and go ahead and say /shopping list /grocery.id, right? So that we get that route. And then we use that grocery from the parameter, and for sure make sure that this is a property, so we need to write it in capital letters, right? So ID. Awesome. Now this is an arrow function, like you know that from other programming languages. Maybe we need to close that using a normal brace and a semicolon. Great. Okay, our post endpoint is completed, entirely configured. Just know the difference between this is a one line of code. It's like with an if statement. If you have that one line of code, you don't need that curly braces. The same goes for this method here in line 12, but in line 15, where we have that post endpoint, we need curly braces because we have more than one line of code. Amazing. So adding the grocery to the database, saving the database, and returning the final route using shopping list and then the ID of the element, which we can use later on to check details, for example, or to delete another item or whatever. So now let's take a look at application, press Ctrl F5 to build it again. And now we have everything set up. Application is built and compiled, which is fine. And now we can open it. We have that get endpoint, which we had before, and we have our new post endpoint here. So now we can test them in combination. So first of all, let's post a new shopping list item. So let's just try it out and add something here. I mean, we can leave the ID as it is right now. Let's add a name. We can say like Apple, and we'd say purchased is true. Let's hit execute, and we can see, all right, that returned 201, which is the code for created. So seems to be working perfectly. Now let's try to create another one. Let's say banana. As I mentioned before, we can leave the ID blank because it gets automatically set up from Entity Framework Core for sure. So we go execute again. We can see here we got ID2 here working, right? Let's make another one. Let's say orange. We say purchased is set to false. Let's execute that one too. You can see, okay, ID3 seems to be working. Let's close the post endpoint for now. Let's go to the get endpoint, which we have here, and let's just try it out, execute, and see what we have in our response. And we have all of the 3 items from our in-memory database, right? So this is working. Just in case you don't know, the in-memory database immediately gets deleted or cleared, right? It just exists during the application runtime. So if we start the application, a new in-memory database will get created. And if you shut down the application, the in-memory database will get deleted and cleared. Next time we start the application, all of the information we just added will be gone. This is why we only use in-memory databases for like testing environments, right? Because we really want to have persistent data which stays on the server and not gets deleted as soon as the application gets shut down. However, both of our endpoints are working perfectly. So the next challenge for you is to make a new get endpoint, which is like line 12, but instead of getting all groceries, try to make an endpoint which gives you one grocery depending by the ID you receive as a parameter. So simply, as always, get by ID, right? This is what we want to achieve. So please try it out or follow me in the next lesson. See you. Okay, so I hope you made the challenge from the last lesson so that you now have an endpoint which is just returning you a single grocery item by using the ID from the parameter, right? So if you have it done, that's awesome. Just follow along and check if you made it the way that I would do it. If you haven't made it, no worries, we will do it now together. So first of all, we add a new get endpoint, say app.mapGet. And this endpoint is also listening to the route /shopping list, but for sure we need to make an extension to that because we have the ID, which is actually the ID from the grocery item. So what we do is we add that right here and say ID. And then we can add an async method and we go ahead and say we take that ID from the route. So we say int ID and application DB context DB. This goes to curly braces. Let's close that correctly. And now we can write some syntax codes. We can write our code in order to get a single grocery item from the database by using this ID from the parameter. Make that pretty straightforward and say var grocery or grocery from DB or whatever name you want to use. Var grocery is equals to DB dot grocery dot find async, right? So, and we use that ID, and since we're using the async version of that find method, we for sure need to set this to await in order to get the result, right? So now we have two options. Option one, we have found the correct grocery item by using the ID, or maybe the client sent like 1500 and we don't have a grocery item in our database with ID 1500, and grocery in line 18 here, this variable will be null. So these two options exist right now. We need to handle that and say return, check if grocery is null, grocery ain't null, right? We check if it's not null. That's a little bit easier right now. If we have a grocery item, we return results.ok and send that grocery item so that the client can see it in the response body. And if we don't have a grocery item, we simply say results.notfound because we have not found an item using this ID, right? Awesome. Let's save that, press Ctrl F5 and open up the application. And let's make, first of all, a GET request to our data. Let's try it out, execute. And as you can see, we have that empty response body because I just closed the application in the meantime and everything got deleted. That's pretty normal if you use an in-memory database. So first of all, we need to post something. Let's go to try it out. Say apple and banana. So first of all, that one, and then the next one, banana, so that we can go ahead and try to grab that banana. So let's grab, set execute, and you can see we have ID 2. So let's just keep that in mind. Let's close that post endpoint here. Let's get to the get endpoint shopping list /ID. Let's set the ID, try it out, right? We set the ID to 2 because that's the one for the banana. Go ahead and execute that stuff. And you can see the response body returns the correct grocery item. Let's try it out with ID 200, which should not exist. Execute, and you can see error response code is 404, which is actually for not found. So yeah, this endpoint is also working perfectly. In order to complete the entire API, to implement all CRUD operations, create, read, update, and delete, let's check what's still missing. We got create, all right. We got read for a single item and for all items. We have update left and we have delete. So your next challenge is to add 2 new endpoints. So your next challenge will be to add 2 endpoints. One for updating a grocery item and one endpoint for deleting a grocery item. So please try that and let's meet in the next lesson. Okay, so your latest challenge was to add 2 new endpoints, one for deleting a grocery item and one for updating an existing one. So what we do now is, well, I hope that you made it on your own, but if you have not made it on your own or you run into any issues, we will now make it together. So we go to the shopping list post endpoint, and right under that one, we will add a new one. First of all, we go with the simple one and we say delete. So app.map delete. Again, we have the same route /shopping list. And for sure, we need an ID so that we can say, hey, we want to delete the grocery item with ID 10. So again, we add that to the route. And as always, we add an async method here, which takes the ID and which returns us, or which provides us the application, the API DB context, DB from the dependency injection. We have that curly braces, which contains our code. And now we can simply say that we try to grab that element var grocery equals to await db.groceries.find async by using the ID right here. And we can simply say if grocery a null db.groceries.remove grocery, and then we're gonna await and save the changes. So we say await db.save changes async, and we can return, pretty simple, we can return here a results.no content, because we removed the content, right? That's the correct way. And in each or in any other case, so that we don't have a grocery item, we can simply say return results.not found. We can use the AI auto-completion here. Awesome. Okay, so this is our delete endpoint. Let's just save that, Control F5 in order to start the application, and let's check for that. We can see our delete endpoint here. Let's simply try that out and send an ID like 100. We don't have that item, so press execute and we will see a 404 not found error message, which is fine. Let's try to grab all items and see if we have something inside of a database, and you can see it's empty because we restarted the application. So first of all, it's always a little bit of work to get everything tested, right? So we go into the post endpoint and we're gonna try that out and rewrite some data like banana, absolutely fine. Go to execute, it's set in the database. Let's go to the get endpoint, try it out again, and we will see in the response body we have that banana, so it's saved. Let's try to delete it. It's ID 1, so we go say ID 1, press execute, and we can see 204, which actually means the content does not exist anymore. Or like we said in the code, it is, we get that here, no content, right? So this is the code 204. And if we check again in the shopping list, we should now not see anything because we removed the banana. Okay, so this is approved. The delete endpoint is working perfectly. Our next goal will be to add an update endpoint, and then we have completed the final CRUD operations and we have a valid running API, including all important stuff, all in a very minimalistic way, right? So let's go ahead and add that endpoint. We say app.map_put. The difference between post and put is pretty simple. Post is for new instances. So if you want to create something brand new, you will use post. And if you want to update an existing item anywhere on the server, you will use a put endpoint. So we're gonna say map put right here. Again, we have the same endpoint /shopping list for sure. And also here we will have to take the ID. This time we combine really everything together. We write an async method, which takes, first of all, the ID from the parameter, from the route, right? And we have the grocery from the request body. And we have the API DB context. We can auto complete that and remove the brace, add curly braces, and get everything nicely set up. So this is working. We have ID grocery from the request. Okay, so the next step would be to grab the grocery item from the database by using the ID. We got that from the map delete, we can copy it. Also got that already covered. We just need to rename it because it's like the same name from the parameter. So we say var grocery in db, for example, equals to that line of code where we're gonna find it in the database. And then we need to check if it exists or not. So we can copy this again. Very important, don't make a mistake. Take that new variable name grocery in db and insert it here. And let's remove that syntax real quick. Okay, so if we don't have that grocery at all, we can simply return a not found. And if we have it, we can say that the content changed, or we can simply say it's okay, and we return that grocery in db, right? So this is what we do. But right now, we only save changes and return something. We for sure need to switch or adjust the properties of the database item. we can do that pretty easy and say db update. We update a specific entity, right? And the entity is grocery. That's how we can achieve it with a single line of code. If you want to do it manually, that's what many developers are doing, because maybe you don't want to like replace the entire object. Maybe you just want to replace a specific property with a new value. Then we can use that grocery in DB, which we found by the ID. That's why we're doing it. If we don't want that, we could leave that ID away. We would not need that really. So we can simply say now grocery in DB dot name is equals to grocery dot name. Now we can do that with every field or with every property we want. Grocery in DB dot purchased equals to grocery dot purchased, right? So don't get confused. The left hand grocery in DB, that's the one from the database, the current version, right? And then we have that updated version. So we say, hey, please now use this values, right? This is from the parameter grocery, which gets sent in the request body. Great. Okay, so get the grocery item from database, replace the old values with the new values, save the changes, return the existing saved grocery item, or if you don't find anything in the database, return a not found. Awesome. Let's save it like this. Control F5, right? Restart the application. Now we will have to add a new grocery item. So I'm going to say that we add a banana. And when we have a banana, we will change the purchased field here. So first of all, let's post something. Gonna go to try it out and say this is banana. And we say purchased is false. It's gonna go to execute. Seems to be working. ID 1 purchased false. Awesome. We don't need to double check that because we already did. Now we can go to put and say, hey, this is ID 1, right? And I want to say banana is still okay. Now we set purchased to true because we bought it or we bought it. Let's go to execute and we can see the updated version. So when we created the banana, it was false. And when we updated it, it is true. We could also say, hey, that's apple, right? Very important that the ID does not change. That's the main part. And now we can see same ID, but we renamed it from banana to apple. All right, so all CRUD operations are completed and we have successfully created a minimal API.
Congratulations, you're done with this quite advanced chapter in which you learned how to create your own APIs as well as develop HTTP services with ASP.NET Core. We created our own APIs with controllers. We looked at the controller return types in more depth, as well as we created a documentation with Swagger and OpenAPI. And then you looked also at how to handle errors. So now you should be ready for the next chapter, which is going to be security and identity. So let's get started.
In this chapter, Dennis will get you started with the topic of authentication. Afterwards, we will create a complete real-world application and invoice management system. We will talk about authorization, user roles, authorization handlers, and much more. We will also take a look on how we can extend the application even further by adding nice styling elements from JavaScript plugins, for example. Afterwards, and this is a nice highlight, we will deploy the application to Microsoft Azure so that your real-world application will be accessible from a live URL. Let's get started. Hello and welcome to yet another lecture in the security series. In our first lecture, or in the previous section, we defined authorization as a security feature that manages what different users can do on the same application. Now we are going to add authorization and user roles to the application, which we have built in the last section. To understand this, we are going to build a simple maker-checker app for the finance department at tutorials.eu. For every invoice, there must be two parties to complete it. One submits, the other approves or rejects it. Let me get that clear. When an employee invoices the company, the accountant creates a new invoice and submits it for approval. They can edit or delete this invoice. They can also view all approved invoices, and on submission, the invoice goes to the manager. The manager can approve or reject the invoice, and all the work is overseen by the final administrator, who can approve, reject, edit and delete all invoices in the system. So as you can see, we have 3 roles right here, and each role has a different amount on possibilities or functionalities they are authorized for. So let's take a deeper look at security groups and roles. The security groups we are using in this example is that we have accountants. Those are the registered users. They can create new invoices, delete their own invoices, and view all approved invoices. Next up, we have the managers, who can approve or reject the invoice as discussed earlier. The final role are the administrators, who can approve, reject, edit and delete all invoices in the entire system. So let's dive right in and create an awesome authorization system for our Maker Checker app at Tutorials EU.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
So here we have the Identity App application, which is our project that we will use to build the invoice application, since we already have a project here which has set up an identity schema so that we are able to register accounts, etc. So we will use this project and start building up from here. In addition to the last lecture regarding this application, I want to say that you can for sure turn off the require confirmed account stuff right here in the program CS in line 13. That's for me, however. You can turn off require confirmed account. So if you don't plan to have confirmed accounts, like you don't have a mail sender, so that the system does not even check, hey, this account is not confirmed, you can for sure turn it off. So just set it to false and the system will not check if the email address of the given account is confirmed, right? So nowadays it's very unlikely to have it, but for testing purposes, etc., it may make sense for you to just switch it off so that you can simply create an account without having to confirm an email address. For now, since we are working here in MVC and we get that nice little text where we can click on, which tells us, hey, you're in development mode, you can now click here to confirm your account, right? That's not how it's really working in the end when we release the application. That's just for development too. I will just leave it on because we have that nice functionality given from Microsoft developers, right? So just for you to know, if you don't need required account, this one makes your life a lot easier if you just switch it off then, just for you to know where to find it. Amazing. Okay, so if we want to build an invoice application, we will need invoices. So first of all, let's create a new database model. Basically, we will just create a C# class for sure. So let's get into a project on the right side, right click on Identity App, and let's add a new C# class. And for sure, we will call it invoice.cs. As usual, since we will get that into a SQL database, we will need a primary key. So we need an ID, right? Let's get that prop, tab, and call that invoice ID, which is the unique identifier, or so-called the primary key for our invoice. Normally, if you send an invoice to someone, you have an amount the person or the company has to pay. So let's create another property called prop, and it's type of double. That's usual. Normally you take double or decimal for pricing, invoice amount. And over time you could extend this model as you need it and as you go. We will extend it with 2 other properties, invoice month and invoice owner. So let's go for prop again. Say this is a value of type string and it's invoice month. So when did this invoice get created or got created? Got here prop. Next one also string. This is the invoice owner, which is actually the user ID. So it will not be a username, it will be a unique user ID, because by default we have here in ASP.NET Core in the identity, we don't have a simple primary key like user ID 1, user ID 2. No, it's a very long string value, but that's just how it's implemented by default. Great, now that we have a model ready, we don't need any other stuff right here. We can start scaffolding all the Razor pages that we need for our application. Let's go to the right side. In the Solution Explorer, click on Pages, or maybe open up Pages and take a look on what we got here. We got the index page, privacy page, arrow page, etc. And we click on Pages, right click, and we add a new folder. We call that folder Invoices. Always make sure to have a good project structure. That's really important for you, because over time your application may grow by a lot and you really want to keep a good structure so that it's very easy for you or other developers to follow along and continue developing, right? Select Invoices, right click, add, and now we add a new scaffolded item. On the left side, select Razor Pages. They have those code behind files, you already know them, but we will see it in a minute. And then we go here with Razor Pages using Entity Framework. So as you can see, we have that CRUD operations here, which will get scaffolded. So that basically means that we will get a page for create, we will get a page for read, we will get a page for update, and we will get a page for delete. So let's just select that because that's exactly what we need. Click on Add. Basically, when we scaffold an element, most of the stuff is already handled by Visual Studio itself. We just have to fill in some information, and for scaffolding or the model class which we want to scaffold, we have the invoice, right? That's the only model that we right now have in our application. So let's select this one, and all the pages will be scaffolded for the invoice class. As a data context class, that's for sure our database. That's what it's about. We have that application DB context, right? You can find that in our data folder. I cannot open it right now, but it's inside the data folder. And then we are good to go. Simply press add and everything will get scaffolded for us. So scaffolding may take a small moment, but when it's done, you can open up the invoices folder. Just to get that clear, when you open the data folder, you can find the application DB context here, as mentioned. And you can see a lot of pages on my top side here get opened up. And when you open the pages folder and open the invoice folder inside it, you can see create, delete, details, edit, and index, right? So all these pages just get created for us. And as you can see, when we just open up here, let's check the create HTML file. We can see that everything inside it, like creating an invoice inside of a form right here, everything just got laid out for our invoice model. You got the invoice amount, you get the invoice month, etc., all based on the properties we have just set, right? That's pretty cool. Let's take a look at our application. Press Ctrl F5 to start the application with hot reload. Give it a moment time, and then let's just inspect what we have right now. So this is our current application. We don't have any navigation right now. We will add it soon, no worries. But when we now go to /invoices/create, we will get to that page where we can create an invoice. This also goes for index, or when we do that, we will see a notification that we are missing a database migration, which is pretty clear, right? And we also have another pages like delete or details or edit, but for those we for sure need an existing invoice in order to open the pages, right? Because we cannot say let's go to /details. Doesn't really make sense because we want to get the details of a very specific invoice. So we have to say /10, for example, but we don't have an invoice with ID 10. So this is why details, for example, is for sure not working. So let's go back to the index, and you can see we have that migration open. We need to add a migration and run it afterwards on our database. So let's do that really quick so that we can inspect the index page. We go into our application. Let's just open up the Package Manager console, click on Tools on the top side, go to NuGet Package Manager console. Let's simply create a new migration, add migration, and let's call it added invoice model. Seems to be working fine. Build started, build succeeded. So everything looks as expected. Definitely make sure to check your migrations every now and then, because sometimes you will see well, some mistakes that you made inside here. So as a good developer, always double check your stuff. If you are happy with that, go and run update database command so that the database runs or gets the migration right. Seems like everything worked fine. So we are done with it, and we can hit Ctrl F5 again, or we can simply go into our application. And due to the hot reload, everything is already, well, loaded again, right? And we can click on create new, get to a create page, etc. But as you can see, we have the index page, and if we would have invoices right now, we would see them here. All right, so no authorization magic happening right now, but it will come soon. So next up, let's just simply redesign the navigation bar on top side so that we can really easily navigate through our application. And then we will get started with adding authorization to our application. In this lesson, we will start adding the authorization. But first of all, let's get started and navigate to our navigation bar and change it a little bit so that we are able to navigate to our invoice pages. So let's go on the right side, pages, then shared, and then we go to layout CSS/HTML. Let's scroll down a little bit. Let me zoom out, and there we go. Here's our home page and here's our privacy page. We can add a new list item. Maybe we can also get rid about privacy, but that's all about later. Let's just for now add here a new list item. There we go. That's what we just added. And then change the endpoint. ASP area can be left blank. ASP page is for sure. Then invoices. And we want to get redirected to the index page. So we go to invoices/index, and we can call, or we can name it invoice, and then Ctrl F5 in order to run the application. And this should be looking good already, or it should do its job. All right, there we go. We got it, invoice, looking good, and it's redirecting us to the correct page. That's amazing. Yes, and let me just call that or name it invoices. All right, that looks way better. Perfect. So, okay, so this was the first thing on my list. And the second thing is that when we just created our invoices right here, we just did that in the project root, right? So what we should do instead for sure is we should create a model folder, because invoice is a model. Right click on the project, just in order to keep everything nice and clean structured. New folder, and let's call this models, and let's just get that invoice CS, let's drag it into the models folder. Click OK. So this is just from the structure side, and then let me close everything which is opened on the top side. Right here I have many CSS/HTML pages opened. Right click, close all tabs, right? And then we open up invoice CS again and adjust the namespace, right? Because it's now namespace identity.models. Because we added a folder. I just rewatched the last lesson and noticed a small mistake that I made. I set the invoice class right here, this property, the invoice owner, I said that's the person who creates the invoice, but that's not correct. It's the person who receives the invoice, right? So if I charge a company, let's call them Cryotech XY, right? If I invoice them, then the owner of the invoice is Cryotech XY. So Cryotech has to pay like $150 for whatever. So I just noticed that. So the invoice owner is not the person who created the invoice, it's the person who receives the invoice. That directly leads us into the topic of authorization, because for sure we need to know who is the creator of this invoice. So which accountant has created this invoice. This is why we just add a simple new property. This is also a string, and the same goes for here, the creator ID, we can call it like this. Right, this is really the accountant. This is the ID of the user that is registered and creates the invoice. Great. So, but that's not really enough, because as we remember, we earlier said that we have invoice states, because an invoice has to be created at first, and then it can be submitted, approved, or rejected, right? So I create the invoice and submit it, and then it can be approved or rejected. So in order to handle that, we can create an enumeration. We can do that in the same class here, that's totally fine, just to keep things nice and clean and easy for you to follow. You could also create a completely new file just for that enumeration, but for now we keep it inside here. We call this public enum invoice status. And as I said, we have 3 values here, which is submitted, approved, and rejected. Okay, so these are the states that we need. And for sure, each invoice that we have in our database needs to reference the state. So is the invoice currently submitted? Is it approved or got it rejected, right? So we need that information. That's why we add yet another property to our invoice model. Call it prop type of invoice status. So we use that enumeration that we just created. It's called status. And that's perfect. So right now what we have that invoice in the database. It has a unique ID. It has an amount of for payments, right? It has a month. It has the owner, so who has to pay the invoice. We got the creator who created the invoice, and we have the current state, which is like, is it submitted? Is it approved? Or did it get rejected? Okay, so now that we changed the invoice model, we for sure have to create an invoice, because this is not included in our database right now because we just added it. So let's create a migration. First of all, press Ctrl F5. Let's see if everything is still working, because we just created a new folder and well, took the invoice class and put it inside a new namespace. So we might have a reference error right now. Looks like we do. We got some errors on bottom side. These are reference errors. What we do is we go to the top side here and say namespace identity app models. Let's just get rid of the models again. I want to show you something. Now place the cursor on the invoice class and press Ctrl and dot. And as you can see, we can now say move to namespace, right? Let's just do that and say target namespace is identity app dot models, because that's the name of the folder that we just created, right? So this is really important if you have classes and you want to move them, but you want to keep the references. Now press Ctrl F5 again in order to compile the project. Let's see if we have still the errors left. Nope, everything is working now, right? So very, very useful, because like we have in our pages, every page is referencing this invoice class. And if we just simply change the namespace here, then for sure we have these reference errors because we needed to adjust them. But if we move it the way I just showed you, if we move the class directly to the namespace, every reference will get updated automatically. So this is pretty awesome, saves you a lot of struggle and headache. So next step is to create the migration we just talked about. So go to Package Manager console, add migration, let's call it edit creator and state to invoice. Be descriptive as possible, because you know in the end you will have many migrations and it's important to see what you did in that migration. And let's just go through it real quick. Looks good at column, that's fine. Drop column. All right, so this is nice. And then we're gonna say update database in order to patch the database. All right, so this is the preparation for the authorization. In the next lesson, we will start adding roles and build up our authorization policy. All right, so let's navigate to our program.cs. And as you can see, in line 13, we are adding the default identity, right? So we're adding to our application a user model, which is the identity user, which is the default ASP.NET Core user. So we need to adjust that a little bit because we need roles. I'm talking about user roles like administrator or manager or accountant, right? We need to include that functionality of roles. We can simply do that by adding another thing. Let's do that before we add identity framework stores. We say .add roles and we add identity role. What this does is that we are now able to assign roles to our identity user, so that we can, for example, say, hey, this registered user, like admin@tutorials.eu, for example, is an administrator or is a manager or is an accountant, right? So right now we don't have created the roles. We just added the functionality of creating roles, right? So right now our application is ready to use roles, but we haven't created them yet. Now let's add real authorization to our application. So we can simply do that at the bottom right before we build the application. We go ahead and say builder.services.add authorization. Please make sure that authorization and authentication is very different from each other, right? So authentication is who are you, and authorization is what are you allowed to do, right? So this is the main difference. Authentication, who are you? Authorization, what are you allowed to do? Just really keep that in mind. Right now we're talking about authorization, not authentication, right? So make sure that you don't use add authentication right here. We use add authorization because we're working on something that we say, hey, user A is allowed to do the following stuff, right? So this is what we want to do. We can use the auto-completion stuff here. Options goes to, now we add curly braces, close that to make the format look good. And the important point is that we first of all just add authorization to every request. So if you are a not registered user, you are not allowed to do anything in our application, all right? Just keep that in mind. So just imagine you go to Facebook, right? So you cannot do anything, you just can do one thing. You can just create an account. And if you don't have an account, you cannot view profile pages or do any other stuff, right? So you are only able to use the application if you are authenticated. So if you have a registered account. And if you are not having a registered account, so if you are not logged in, you cannot do anything. So this is why we create a so-called fallback policy. So let's say options.fallback policy is equals to new authorization policy builder. We need to import that namespace for sure. So using Microsoft ASP.NET Core authorization, right? Then we get that authorization policy builder. Say dot require authenticated user, right? What does that mean? You are an authenticated user if you are logged in, right? So if you write in your email address and your password and you click on login, then you get authenticated by the system. So this is exactly what's happening in the background. And then to complete that, we say build so that we have our authorization policy build it. So this is the fallback policy that we are using right now. If we press Ctrl F5 in order to start the application, you will see that we are not allowed to do anything in our application anymore. So here we have our application, and as you can see, when I click on privacy or invoices or home, we cannot access it as long as we are not authenticated, which means that we are logged in, right? So now for every page which is available in our application right now, we need to be authenticated. So this is our final fallback solution. So let's register a new account. Go here. I will just enter some credentials. Make sure to enter a password which matches our current setup and then click on register. Click here to confirm your account. And then we're gonna log in. Log in. And as you can see, we are now able to go to home, privacy, and invoices. That's perfect, but there is a thing which happens quite often when you develop a real-world application in ASP.NET Core. Often you maybe want, like we got that here in invoices, you want that index page to be available for everyone. Just imagine a site like Twitter. Yeah, you go to Twitter, you don't have to be logged in to view 1, 2, 3 or maybe 10 posts, right? The Twitter feed is available for everyone. But if you want to create your own tweet or edit your profile or whatever, you need to register an account. So what we will do now is we will allow anonymous access to the index page so that we don't have to log in order to view the index page. But if you want to create something or whatever, you will for sure have to be logged in. So let me explain that again. When I log out right now, I'm not able to go to the invoice pages, right? Because our current fallback authentication policy tells us, or authorization policy tells us, that we have to be logged in to view anything. So everything in our application right now is completely secured in terms of an authentication layer. So what we do now, we will allow access on the invoice index page. So let's go to our project and open up under pages, invoices, the index page, right? This one should be available for everyone. So what we can see here, this is for sure our CSS.html. And we open that index page up and go to the code behind file, which is the C# file, right? And now we can see that this is our index model here related to that page. So we create a new attribute and say hello anonymous. For this, we have to import a new namespace, show potential fixes using Microsoft ASP.NET Core authorization. So now we have our attribute ready, and this one will now make the index page entirely accessible for even anonymous access. What does anonymous mean? Anonymous means that you are not logged in, right? You are not authenticated. So let's just revisit our page, Control F5 in order to build it again, and then just open it up. And on top left side, you can see that icon, which means hot reload is still in progress. Now it's done. Let's go to invoices. And as you can see, we are now able to visit the invoices page, right? But when it now, and we are not logged in, just to mention that we are not logged in, but we are able to go to the invoices index page. But what happens now when we click on create new, right? We get redirected to the login page or to the registered page because we need to have an authentication for this. So this is just the very first step in our entire authentication process, but just keep in mind that we have a fallback solution now. So every page is entirely secured. We cannot visit any page without being authenticated, but we can make exceptions when we add a new attribute that you have just learned, which is allow anonymous. So this makes an exception so that we are able to visit this page without the need of being authenticated. So now that we have added basic authorization, let's define the authorization operations and requirements for our application, right? So let's just get started and you will see what we are doing when we keep on progressing in that field. So right click in our project and let's create a new folder. Right click, add folder. Let's call it authorization. Inside of that folder, we're going to create a new class. Right click, add class. Let's call that class invoice operations. For sure, it's a good practice that we don't have like string values, which we will repeat over and over the entire time in our entire application, but that's what we would do. We don't want to do that. That's why we will create some constants right now, which we can use in our application so that we are not reliable on string values, which have a high potential on copy-paste mistakes, right? You will see what I mean in a minute. Let's create a new class. Let's call it constants. And let's create a new read-only string or static read-only string for each operation in our application that we need. What we need are CRUD operations, create, read, update, and delete an invoice. And in addition to that, we need approve an invoice and reject an invoice, right? Everything we just talked about. So let's create the public static read-only string. Yeah, so this one is definitely not changeable. And let's call that create operation name equals to create, right? So we attach that string so that we don't have to repeat create, read, approve, reject over and over again in our application. If we want to adjust the name, we can simply do that in our constants later on. So we need that now several times. Let's do that step by step. Public static read only string get read operation name, and for sure that's read. So just if you copy and paste it, make sure that you don't create any mistakes here. Update, same for delete. Go ahead and call that delete operation name. These are our basic CRUD operations. Now we go ahead with our other two things which are approved. That one is approved operation name, approved. and we have rejected, and then we are done with the constants here, rejected. So as you can see, basic CRUD operations, create, read, update, and delete, and then approved and rejected, all with the correct name. Just double check that for you. Great. Okay, so now that we got this, we will be able to create our operation authorization requirements, right? It's exactly what the name is saying. It's a requirement for an authorization operation. So if you want to do something, like you want to create an invoice, we can say, here is the requirement. This role needs to be assigned to the user in order to let him create an invoice, right? So this, or what we do here, is really highly professional. So please allow yourself some time. Let's just continue and let's just process, and you will understand all of this when everything will come together, right? But we will do it completely professional. That's why we're creating constants, etc. Because I don't want you to create, well, simple string mistakes in the long run. Let's just get started with our first operation authorization requirement. And in order to be able to use that class, we have to implement the using directive. So we're gonna say using Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.Authorization.Infrastructure. So incredible long namespace names are going on here, but we really need them. And let's just create it, because by default I just write down that class names and then just hold the mouse or the cursor over the class and import it simply that way. But here the names of the classes are getting really incredible, hard to spell and hard to write down. So this is why I just imported the namespace right now directly from the beginning. So let's get started with public static. Now you will see what I mean. Operation authorization requirement, right? A lot of TH going on here. Great. Create equals to new operation authorization requirement. Add some curly braces so that we can enter a name. Gonna say name equals to constants dot create operation name. So this is why we added the constants right here. And now we can maybe bring that in a nicer, shorter way of code so that we can really save some space like this. Now, I guess you have already guessed it. We will do this for each single operation that we got, because each operation needs a different authorization in the end. So let's do this 6 times like this, and one more, and then we got create, read, update, delete, and so on. So we got create, read, update, delete, approved, and rejected. Please, I highly recommend you double check that, because we now have a high chance of making simple mistakes because we're copying code. That's default. If you are an experienced programmer, you know that. Double check your code if you copy paste it. So we got here read, that's fine. A name is read operation name. Update is update operation name. Delete is delete operation name. Approved is approved operation name. So everything is matching perfectly. Okay, so this looks good. We can for sure bring that in the correct format here, but that's just second priority. And now we have all of our operation authorization requirements entirely set up. The purple underline here is simply saying, because we have the application running in the background using hot reload, it means that in order to make things or changes happening so that we can use them, we need to restart the application. Really not a problem. Just press Ctrl F5. Next time when we start the application, everything will be running again, because then we can recompile the application, right? Great. So all authorization requirements are set up, and in the next lesson we will take a look on how we can make use of them, and that's for sure the most exciting part. So now we have the operations that we need to authorize the invoice model, and now we need to create the authorization handlers for each user role so that we can use them to verify the user is allowed to access the operation they are trying to execute on an invoice. So what we do first is we will create a class, we will create an authorization handler, which verifies that an accountant can make changes to an existing invoice but he can only do that if he is the creator of the invoice, right? That's what we said. If I'm an accountant, I can create an invoice and I can only edit the invoice if this is my invoice. I will not be able to edit any other invoices out there if they are not created by me. So in our authorization folder, right click and add a new class. Invoice creator authorization handler. So this handler checks if I am the creator of the current or of the given invoice. Click on add and we have our new class set up. So first of all, we need to inherit that handler from a base class so that we can override some methods, etc. So let's go and add some using directives, Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.authorization. This is the first one, and we need another one using Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.authorization.infrastructure. So there we go. We will also need the user manager, so we will go ahead and say using Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.identity. And we need invoices, so we go ahead and say using identity app, this is our application.models. There we can find our invoice class. Perfect. Okay, so now we got that set up and we can inherit the invoice creator authorization handler from the base class, which is actually authorization handler operation authorization requirement and invoice, right? So we give two types, T requirement and T resource, where the requirement is the operation authorization requirement and the resource that we have, and the resource is our invoice, right? So first of all, let's create a constructor. We just write a shortcode ctor tap, and we got public invoice creator authorization handler. And let's grab the user manager from the dependency injection so that we can access the current authenticated user in order to check if this user is the owner of the given invoice, right? And say user manager, identity user, that's the identity that we are currently using, identity user, it's the default one. Let's call it user manager. Let's go ahead and take that user manager, which we receive via dependency injection, and save it in a variable. I'm going to say user manager identity user equals to underscore user manager. Let's go ahead and use that. Most of the time you use an underscore for private variables, just in case you didn't know. So we're going to say user manager equals to user manager. So we assign that dependency injection given user manager to the local variable. Okay, our constructor is ready, and then we have a method which we can override. That's why he's complaining here. Let's hold the mouse over it or the cursor. You see invoice creator authorization handler does not implement inherited abstract member authorization handler handle requirement async. Let's grab that, show potential fix, implement abstract class. Let's go ahead. You can see protected override task handle requirement async, right? So what this does, this is the point where we say, okay, here is the user, that's what he wants to do. Now check your requirements, right? Now we can write our custom code, whatever authorization requirements we have, we can now implement them here. So first of all, before we start, I want to show you the line of code which we can return when we say, okay, the authorization is succeeded, because for sure we have cases where the authorization is not succeeded, right? If it wouldn't be like that, we wouldn't need any authorization. So the authorization can fail. If it fails, we simply say return task.completed task, right? So this is our return statement. This is not the succeeded statement. If the authorization succeeded, we can say context.succeed, right? We could call that, and then we can give the requirement, which is actually visible here. There you go. Let's write it like this so it's a little bit better to see for you. Okay, so this is for something goes wrong. This is for, okay, we can continue, the authorization is working. So this is abort, this is continue, right? Because actually the authorization is just like a middleman, right? You get the request and we make a check. See, is everything working? Am I the correct person? Am I allowed to do the following operation? And if yes, then we can succeed, and then we can continue to the task or operation that we came for. So I just wanted to show you, we're gonna remove that for now. And first of all, we have some return statements. So there are some cases when we say the authorization has failed. We're gonna say if context.user is null. So if there is no user logged in at all, or if we have no invoice given, the invoice is here called resource. We could also rename it to invoice. And then we can say if context user is null, or if the invoice is null, then we can simply return, say return tasks.completed task. So we give it back. It did not succeed. We just return from here. But since this is a task, we need to say that the task is completed. Since this authorization handler is only made for the CRUD operations, create, read, update, and delete, we now check if the operation that the user wants to do is exactly this. Is it a CRUD operation he wants to do? So we're gonna say if requirement, you can find that here, operation authorization requirement, right? And we created some dot name is not constants dot create operation name, right? And now you see why we created the constants, because we could also say create as a string, right? But then if we change it later on to give it a maybe different name, then we need to change it everywhere. So we have 4 CRUD operations, so we need to repeat that. If the requirement name is not create, and requirement dot name and constants dot read. So if it's also not read, and if it's not requirement dot name and constants dot update, and if it's not requirement dot name constants dot delete. So if it's not a create, not a read, not an update, and not a delete operation that the user wants to do, then we can simply say return task.completed. So we abort it also here, because right now we just write the handler for CRUD operations. So if this becomes true, the user is requesting something else. It's not a read, an update, or delete. So he's not trying to perform a CRUD operation. This is our exit statement. This is how we check if the user wants to perform or what the user wants to perform, right? So we check no CRUD operation going on, he wants to do something else, but this is not what this handler is meant for. So let's just return because something went wrong, something else got requested. Okay, now finally we come to our succeed statement, and that's pretty easy. So by now we know we have a user and we have an invoice, and we have the request for, or the requirement for, a CRUD operation. So now we can finally check if the invoice.creator ID is equals to the current logged in user, which we get with user manager get user ID, and then we can say the context.user. We can find the context given here. It will all come together just in some minutes, right? And if this is the case, if I am just logged in on an application, if I am an accountant, for example, and I want to perform a CRUD operation on the given invoice, and I am the creator, then I am allowed, right? Because I am the creator of the invoice. Just keep in mind that the context user is the current logged in user. So I log in with my accountant account, and then I'm gonna click on invoice, click on edit, and it all goes through this. And then we see, oh yeah, that's me. I'm the creator, and we can say context dot succeed. So we keep on processing, we go to the next step, the middleman authorization, the middleware worked, the authorization is completed, right? So, and if all of this fails, that's why we have the underline for sure. We need to return anything, and this is, however, the only real succeed state that we need or that we should have. And if this also does not become true, we for sure return task.completed, so that we say anything else went wrong, and for sure we don't auto proceed, task complete task. All right, so now we have our first handler set up. we only call context.succeed when all requirements are met, right? This is the requirement that we really want to have. I want to be the creator with my current logged in account of the given invoice. Awesome. Now in the next lesson, we will take a look on how we can register that authorization handler and make use of it in the views. And then we have the process of our first authorization stuff really completed. I know that this is really not the easiest stuff out there, but that's definitely worth learning it. So if you are able to program authorization in ASP.NET Core like this, you will absolutely impress people out there. So keep on learning, keep on processing. Let's move on to the next lesson. So before we start creating our own custom authorization handlers, let me real quick explain you how handlers are working and why we need them. So let's imagine we have a user and we have different types of users. We have a default user, we will call them accountant, and we have a manager user and we have an admin user. So for each user or each role, since each role can do different things, we have to write different handlers. We will register all handlers so that every handler gets called when a request gets sent. Okay, that's incredibly important. Every handler will get called in a specific order. So a user will make a request, something like, hey, please show me the details of an invoice. Now our first handler will get called, which is the creator handler. That one checks, hey, are you allowed to view this invoice? So are you the creator, right? Because as a specific user, like as an accountant, I should only be able to see my invoices. If I click on another invoice that is not created by me, I should not be able to see it. But this is only for the accountant. As an administrator, for example, I should see every invoice, right? So let's see this from the perspective of an accountant. The creator handler will get called. And in case this is my invoice, so I try to view my invoice, we can say, okay, right, the authorization is succeeded, you are allowed. So inside of the handler, we have our custom code, which says, yeah, we compare if the current user is the owner, and if he is, then we can call context succeed. And if not, we return, right? But since this is a task, we will call task.completed task, which does not mean that the authorization is successful. It just means that the task is done. So this is a negative statement. So it did not work. Context.succeed is the good way. So the authorization is valid. And the task.completed, here shown in orange arrows, is the way where we say, okay, this handler failed. Let's go to the next one if we have another one. So another handler will get called. This one is the manager handler. We will create them all separately. In this handler, we will check if you are a manager. And if you are a manager, you are allowed to approve or reject a specific invoice. So if you're a manager, we call context succeed and allow the user to press two buttons, approve or reject. If it's not authorized, we can call another handler, the admin handler, and that one is simply checking if you are the administrator, and the administrator can do anything. So from here we can also say, hey, yeah, you're an admin, context.succeed, or we can simply say denied. So the important point is, in the moment we call context.succeed, we immediately reach the end of the authorization chain. This is why we check inside of our authorization handler if the current handler is used or if we should use it anyway. So let me just say it like this. If we are an admin, then we don't need to check for a manager or creator handler because the admin can do everything. So we don't need the other both handlers, right? Because the admin is the top level. We will get to this step by step, so don't worry now, but it's very simple that you understand that we have multiple handlers for multiple, because not every authorization is the same. Great, so now let's move on to the next lesson and get started with authorization handlers. So now that we have our invoice creator authorization handler script completed, we should register it as a service inside of a program so that we can use it from the dependency injection. Let's go to our program. And first of all, we need to register the namespace. So let's just implement it. Let's say using identity app.authorization. Now we can call the class, right? Let's scroll down. And as you can see right here, we are building services, or we're adding services to our application. So right before we're building the application, let's say builder.services.addScoped. We're using addScoped here because we are implementing something that has to do with Entity Framework or identity. And every time we are using something from the identity, we need to use addScoped. Now we say that we use an interface, which is iAuthorizationHandler. handler. And then we can use our new created class, which is invoice creator authorization handler, right? And now we have that registered in our dependency injection so that we can make use of our new invoice creator authorization handler class. Amazing. All right. So now that we have everything finally set up, we can now take a look on how we can really make use of the authorization handler inside of a view. Right now, when we click on pages on the right side and open the invoice folder, we can see that we have, well, a page for each CRUD operation, right? Each of these pages would possibly need the authorization handler. What does that mean? That would mean that we have to go to the code behind file, right? Like here, create CSHTML and then, or CSHTML CS, and then we have to import the constructor using the dependency injection. We could then implement authorization, user manager, etc. But since we are in need of the authorization for each of these, well, pages that we got in our invoice folder here, we would have to duplicate the dependency injection import code every time, right? So what we do is we will create a base class which will do all of the imports or of the dependency injection stuff, and then we will use that base class in or with inheritance in all of the other pages, right? So let's create a base class which is doing all of the dependency injection stuff for us. Under invoices, right click and let's add a new class. Let's call it DI for dependency injection base page model.cs. Let's inherit that class from page model. Page model, there we go. We will need to add a namespace, cursor, show potential fixers using Microsoft ASP.NET Core Razor pages. Next up, we need the user manager, database context, and authorization service. So let's import some namespaces for this. It's Microsoft ASP.NET Core.authorization using Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.identity and using identity app.data. There you go. All right, so this is everything that we need inside of a model. So now let's create some properties that we can fill with the dependency injection stuff later on. First of all, we gotta protected. We're using protected here because we're using inheritance, right? With protected, each child element which got inherited from this class can still have access to the property or to the variable, right? So this is an access modifier. It's not public, it's not private, it's protected, right? So every inherited model or every inherited class can still access this property. Application DB context, make sure that this property is only set to get so that we are not able to set the value from outside of this class. Protected iAuthorizationService and protected user manager of type identity user manager, right? So database context, authorization service, and user manager. That's all we need from here. Now let's create a constructor and handle the dependency injection stuff to fill in all of the values for the properties we just created. So write down ctor for constructor, tab, and now we can, inside of the braces, we can grab all of the stuff we need due to the dependency injection, application DB context, iAuthorizationService is authorization service, user manager of type identity user is user manager, right? So we can use the auto completion stuff here. That's pretty amazing and saves you some time. Okay, so what else do we need? Now let's just set the values. This one is a little bit too much. So we can say context is equals to context, authorization service, user manager, right? So auto completion working again perfectly. Okay, so now we have our base model completed. Let's start with the first view and implement all of the authorization stuff. Let's go to create.cs.html or to the code behind file. So it's create.cs.html.cs. So right here we can make use of the base model. So instead of inherit the create model from the page model, we inherit it from the DI base page model, which is inherited from the page model, right? So basic inheritance principle here. And right now we need to modify the constructor here. So let's go back to our base page model and copy everything from the braces inside of the constructor, everything that's inside the braces. Let's copy that one and bring it into this constructor here. Let's just paste it. Now hold the cursor over all of the underlines and press Ctrl dot, right? And now we can just simply import all of the namespaces that we need. No problem here. That looks good. And now that's the important point. Please don't forget that. Let's go to the next line, right? But before we go into the syntax, add a double point, call the base constructor of a base class, which is exactly this one that will get called, right? So this is pretty the same principle of overriding on virtual. So we go to the base method of the constructor, which is the base constructor. Okay, let's call it like this. And now we give all of the values to our parent or to our base class. Context, authorization service, and user manager, right? That's perfect. And now, since our base, which is the base page model, also sets the DB context right here, we no longer need it right here. So we can get rid of the context here because we can make use of it in all base models. So let's remove it from the top side too. So the constructor is empty, but it's getting all set in the base constructor. Let's scroll a little bit down because he's complaining here. Pretty easy. He's now trying to reference context, but we can't do that. But we have access to the protected stuff right here in our DI base page model due to the protected access modifier. So that we can say context, right? Written in capital letters, context. There we go. Okay, so all errors are fixed, everything is set up, and now we can really make use of our authorization stuff. So let's get started with it in the next lesson. Now let's actually make use of our authorization handler. So inside of the create.cs.html.cs, let's go to the very bottom into the onPostAsync method right here. Okay, so let's take a look on what we got right now. OnPostAsync is called when the form in the HTML setup is submitted, right? So then we get into the onPostAsync method right here. If the model is invalid, we return immediately. If everything is valid, we will add an invoice to a database, save the changes, and then redirect to the index page. Right here, before we add the invoice to the context, let's just add our authorization. First of all, let's remove the model state is valid. Why do we have to remove it? Pretty easy. We have our invoice, and our invoice class contains a property which is the creator ID. The creator ID will not get set in the front end, so in the HTML file, right? It will get set in the backend because we can make use of the user manager. What does it mean? If we do not set the creator ID in the HTML form, then the model state will not be valid and we will also always get returned. So we just remove that and we say invoice dot creator ID is equals to user manager dot get user ID user, right? So we set it right here because we cannot or we will not set it in the HTML form. So if this is not set in the HTML form, the model state will not be valid. So this is why we just removed the model state is valid statement, and we will set it manually here. We will set the creator ID and we will not get redirected automatically because the page model is always invalid. So now let's continue with our authorization stuff. We say var is authorized equals to await. Let's call our authorization service dot authorize async. For the authorize async, we first of all add the user. Then we add the invoice. And then the operation we want to perform. So it's invoice operation dot create, right? Hold the cursor over invoice operations, control dot, you can see using identity app authorization, right? Because that's what we have created. So let's take a look on what's happening right here. We call the authorize async and send in the user, the invoice, and the current operation, which will lead to the fact that we will go or finally move into our invoice creator authorization handler, and that method will get called handled requirement, right? So, and then we have our invoice, we have our requirement, so the operation and our custom authorization code that we have just created will run. And we can see that we have a CRUD operation, right? We are running a create operation, so everything here will work. If we have a user, yes we do. And if we have an invoice, yes we have an invoice because it's a new one, right? And yes, we are the creator of the current invoice, so our authorization will succeed. Let's see again what I mean. We are setting the creator ID here with the current logged in user. So yes, we are the owner of the invoice. So our authorization will definitely work here. However, in case the authorization is not working, maybe we're using a different role or something else went entirely wrong, we can simply return from here and say if authorized succeeded is false, right? We could also write it like this if you want to have it that way. That's a little bit more easy to read, or to avoid mistakes we can say return forbid, because the user is now not allowed to continue, and we say, hey, that's a forbidden resource for you because you are, or it seems like you are not authorized. Great. So if the user is authorized, then this statement will not become true. We will add an invoice. We also added the creator ID for the invoice, and we can save the changes here and everything works fine. Let's save this for now. Okay, so before we continue with other things, let's first of all test our application, because right now we should still be able to create an invoice with any account that we are registering. So press Ctrl F5 and let's log in with an account that we have just created. So I'm just using the accountant at demo.com. Just make sure this is only a name. We don't have a role assigned right now. Let's log in. Let's move to invoices. Let me create a new invoice. Let's say the invoice amount is like $500 in March, and the invoice owner is like Cryotech XY, right? Click on create, and now we should be able to see the invoice for Cryotech XY, okay? So creating an invoice is still working, that's very good. The same should work for you. Now let's register a different account. Let's log out. Let's register a new account. I call it accountant2 at demo.com. So make sure I have two accountant accounts. The first one is accountant at demo.com. The second one is accountant2 at demo.com. Let me register this one. I just entered the credentials, click on login. Now go to invoices, and we can see the invoice of the other accountant, right? So the other accountant created this invoice. First of all, I should not be able to see this, and I should for sure not be able to edit it, right? So just make sure in a real world scenario, I'm an accountant and another person is an accountant, and I should really not be able to see the invoices that another person has created, right? Because I'm an accountant too. So, however, we will get to all of this in detail, and we will work on that for sure, so that we have in the end an entire system which is totally separated and authorized by roles, etc. So let's just create a new one. Let's create a new invoice with the second account. Let's do this for $2,000. Invoice is like December, and the invoice owner is m.zuckerfriend. Alright, so let's go ahead and create that one. As you can see, we now have created two invoices, right? We should really separate them from each other so that I can only see, view, edit and delete my own invoices, and I cannot see, edit, delete, etc. the invoices from the other accounts. So that is very, very important. However, I know right now it doesn't seem like we have achieved something new, but just make sure that we have a real authorization running in the background which has successfully done its job, right? So this is very nice. Now in the next lesson we will come to the point where we'll add the authorization in the edit page, right? And that's very, very important, and then you will definitely see the results of our custom authorization.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
So before we continue and add authorization to our edit invoice page, I want to show you something. So please go into your invoice creator authorization handler, scroll a little bit down until you come to the handler requirement async method, and let's just set a breakpoint in line 25 here so that we can just see if we even get into the handler requirement stuff, right? Because that's the method, the handler that we just added. And let's take a look if it really works when we hit run. So let's just start the debugging. As you can see, I'm logged in as accountant2@demo.com. Let's go to invoices. Let me create a new invoice. Let's say 1,500. Let's say Feb. Doesn't really matter. We can say test. Let's create it. Right now, our breakpoint just got activated, which is amazing, which totally shows us that our authorization handler gets called, right? And now our custom validation stuff here, or custom authorization handling stuff is running. And as you can see, we got context, requirement, etc. Let's continue and set another breakpoint right here in line 39. Let's press continue, and as you can see, we are receiving the breakpoint, so we get a succeed because the creator ID, you can see it just here, is matching the result of the getUser method, right? So that's amazing. It's just a proof that our authorization handler is really getting called, because in the last lesson I just created invoices and told you that it's working, but I really wanted to show you the proof with a breakpoint so that you can see that everything is really set up so that you can also for sure test it. All right, so we can end the debugging process right now. Let's just think about what we need to do next. We have two invoices in our system. We have one invoice for accountant 1, and we have another invoice created by accountant 2. Accountant 1 should not be able to edit the invoice of accountant 2, right? Accountant 1 should only be able to edit his invoices. Accountant 2 should only be able to edit the invoices related to the same account. So let's go to the code behind file of the edit CSHTML. So edit CSHTML.cs. Here, when we scroll a little bit down, for sure we have to do the same thing with the constructor as we did in create CSHTML.cs. So let's just switch back, scroll a little bit up, copy everything, even the base method. Let's copy that. Make sure that you are in the correct class, right? It's create model. Copy that one. Move back to the edit CSHTML. Always double check that you're in the correct class for sure. And let's just paste that right, let me see, right here. Yep, that looks good. All right, and now we can for sure take all of the missing namespaces, control and dot, and we can just import them. Absolutely no problem. After doing this, we can start implementing our nice authorization functionalities. But first make sure to take the page model here, remove it, and inherit the edit model also from the DI base page model, so that we have the constructor all set up. Now we can remove the context here and the context set up here at top level. Okay, now let's go through everything and replace the context with the context from our base page model. Should only be 2 or 3 references, no problem, and we are done. That's amazing. Okay, let's go through it and add our custom authorization. So let's take a look in the on the onGetAsync method, right? So this one is called when we load the page of editing a specific invoice. So don't get confused. This one is onGet. We are not in onPost, right? onPost is called when we submit a form. This one is called when we want to visit the page. So what do we have here? We have the ID, ID is for sure the invoice ID, the primary key of the element. And if we don't have an ID, we just return not found. Makes totally sense. Then if we have an ID, we try to grab it from the invoices. That's all from the scaffolding automatically created. First or default, checking by ID. And then we're gonna take a look if we have an invoice missing. So if we don't have an invoice, if the invoice is null, we return not found. And in every other case, we return to the page. And the page is the edit page. So that's perfect. Now let's continue from here. These are the statements if anything is missing, that's fine. Now let's add our authorization stuff. As before, we also say here is authorized is equals to await authorization service dot authorize async, right? It's exactly the same. You can also copy and paste it, but I really want to make sure that I don't have any mistakes inside here. So that's why I'm writing it from scratch now, invoice operation. And now there's already a point that you should not fail, or where you should not fail. This is not create, this is update, right? So make sure that you are using update here because we are in the edit page and edit is like update. Also make sure to import the namespace using identity app authorization. Great. Now we already proved that the handler is called in the background, so we don't have to validate that manually now again. That's the same as before. Now let's just check if the authorization failed. If authorized is authorized dot succeeded equals false, and if it's false, we return forbid again. So always the same process. And if it did not fail, we can continue. All right, so before we do anything else, let's just get right into it and let's test it. Press Ctrl F5 and open the application. We are again logged in as accountant 2. Let's click on invoices. We are still able to see both invoices. We will fix that later. But Cryotech is the one from the first accountant, so I should not be able to edit this one. But I should be able to edit the one from M. Zuckerfriend, right? So let's click on edit, add Cryotech. Click on edit and you can see access denied. That's perfect because we should not be able to edit this one because that one did not get created by us. That's amazing. So let's switch back and try to open the one from M. Zuckerfriend. Click on edit and as you can see, yeah, that's my one. I am able to edit this one. Awesome. Just to validate that, log out and switch to your different account, the other one, which is simply accountant@demo.com for me. And now it should work the same, just the other way around. I should be able to open Cryotech this time. Works perfectly. But I should not be able to edit the one from Zuckerfriend. Access denied. So I think you really get the point right now, right? So we haven't talked about really saving right now, but that's just about the getting. So I'm not able to even see the form. But now we for sure need to make sure that from a security side of aspect, we for sure have to care about that. Even if I get any access to the form, I should still not be able to process. That means that we now have to add authorization also in the post async, right? So this is getting. I'm not able to see the invoice, but maybe there's a security issue or something else and I get to the form or I send a simple post request from another program or whatever, right? Then I could potentially get a way into that post async method. And that's why we should definitely make sure that we have authorization here too. So if there is a user who, however, gets access to the form or to a way so that he can edit an invoice which is not his own invoice, then we should definitely block that by custom authorization. So the first thing that we have to add is we need an ID here. So what we will do is we will, inside of that on post async method, we will grab the invoice from the database. And we do that by using for sure the ID of the invoice we're currently editing. So let's just add a new parameter to the on post async, which will automatically get set in. Let's send in, sorry. So it's the int ID. And now before we set the context state to modified, right before that, we will now grab the invoice from the database. Let's say var invoice equals to, we can use autocomplete await context invoice. single or default async tab m goes to m invoice ID equals to ID. That's how it's working. Let me just switch that into the next line of code so that you can see it. So we go into the database, into our invoice table, and then single or default, grab one item with an ID, and the ID is a primary key, so we can only grab one item or nothing or null, let's say it like this, and where the invoice, the ID of the invoice is the ID of the parameter, right? Let's check now if we have an invoice or not. So we say if invoice is null, definitely make sure that this is not written in capital letters, because it's a local variable, right? If we write it in capital letters, we also have a property defined like this. So if invoice is null, we haven't found anything in the database here, we can simply say return not found. Let's now add our authorization stuff that you are now, in the meantime, very familiar. Let's go a little bit up into our onGetAsync and let's copy the authorization stuff. Let's copy those two statements here. Scroll a little bit down again. And right even before context attach, we will add this again. We just get that correct here. So is authorized, wait, exactly the stuff, user invoice update. So the operation for sure stays the same. And then we have is authorized succeeded is false. We return forbid, right? And now we have to reformat that a little bit. We need to set the creator ID right after grabbing the invoice. So before we authorize, that's very important, we say invoice. This is the property of the page model, right? So it's written in capital. Invoice.creator ID is equals to the creator ID from the invoice that reloaded from the database. So this one does not really change, but the creator ID is not included in our HTML, right? So this is why we have to set it manually. Now, just from a logical side of view, right now we will not be able to save our invoices. You may have noticed if you tried it in the meantime, we get just kicked out from this model state. Let me just explain you why. Let's move to our edit CSHTML. Our invoice model has an invoice ID, an invoice amount, an invoice month, an invoice owner, but what's missing is the invoice creator ID, right? So we don't have any fields here. So when we click on submit, we will never receive a model state which is valid because we are missing the creator ID, which we are setting right here. So the creator ID here will be null because it will be set in the property from the page model right here. What we can do for sure is we could take all of this statement, so the model is valid statement, we could take it and simply place it down here. But for now, in order to really focus on the authorization stuff, let's just entirely remove the model state validation part here as we did before. But I really wanted to make sure that you exactly know why we remove it and why the model validation is failing at this point, right? So the creator ID gets manually set in the backend code and not in the front end code. This is why we will never receive a valid model state. All right, so that's perfect. We have the invoice loaded, and if we don't have an invoice, we return. Then we set the invoice in the page model, the creator ID. That's incredibly important because if we don't do that, we will not be able to get authorized because the creator ID will be null and we cannot use it in our authorization stuff and the authorization will fail. Great, okay, so let's press Ctrl F5, let's run our application. As you can see, I'm logged in as accountant at demo.com, so if I go to invoices, I should be able to see Cryotech XY and to edit it. So I can see it. Let me change the value to 250 and now let's save it. And you will get to that unhandled exception here, which is pretty interesting. So let's take a look. The instance of entity type invoice cannot be tracked because another instance with the same key invoice ID is already being tracked. Right, in a real world application while developing, you will see that quite often. Let's see how we can fix that. When we have that already tracked in our post async, right, he's here, that's the point where he's failing. We can simply say that when we grab the invoice, which is here, it's about that one, that also gets tracked, right? That's the duplicated one, the duplicated tracking. Simply go to invoice. After being in the table, we can say as no tracking, and then single or default async, right? That's how you can fix that issue. I definitely wanted to show it to you. So again, Control F5, just let the hot reload happen and let's try it again. So as you can see, however, the value already got adjusted. Let's click on edit, change it back maybe to 1500, click on save, and now it's working fine. When I click on Zuckerfriend, which is not my invoice, I'm not able to get the access. However, we already verified that the authorization is working. So perfect. Now we have a really big milestone achieved when it comes to authorization, because now I'm only able to edit my stuff, right? That's very good. We also need to do that for the index page here, because right now I can see other invoices which are not mine. That's definitely something we need to fix. But first of all, because it's very useful during the development right now, I will still leave it so that I can really test the entire process. Let's just focus for now on the delete part so that I'm only able to delete my invoices. All right, so as you can see, I am able to click on delete. It doesn't really matter if it's my invoice or the invoice from another accountant, right? I will be able to delete them both. I don't really want to do that now for sure, but we will now add authorization so that I'm only able to delete my invoice, which is Cryotech. I should not be able to delete the Zuckerfriend invoice. So let's just move on. Let's go to our pages here and let me just close some of the stuff that I have opened so that it's not so confusing to take a look at it. Let me leave the page model. No, we can close it too. We don't need that one. Let me keep the edit one opened right now, and let's open another one and we take a look at delete, code behind file, delete CSHTML. Right, so as before, we again scroll a little bit up from the edit model, take everything from the constructor and put it or place it into the delete model. Now let's remove the database context. Can remove it here, and we need to import all of the namespaces. Afterwards, let's remove the page model and let's inherit the delete model from the DI base page model. Great, awesome. As before, now we need to for sure remove the context and replace it with the one from the base class. Context, let's do this for every context reference. So as you can see, it's repeating, right? Okay, now we have that done. Let's take a look on the onGetAsync, which returns us the actual page. Also here, we should really not be able to get this page if it's not my invoice, right? I'm talking about that one here. Let's click on delete. I should not be able to see this if it's not my invoice. So since we are already getting the invoice from the database here, we can simply check after checking if the invoice is null, if we are authorized as we did before. We can say var is authorized equals to await authorization service dot authorize async user invoice operations dot delete this time. Make sure to import. I mean, in web development, you may have noticed, but many things are really repeating other code because you have multiple operation types, right? You have create, delete, update, and read, and many parts are similar. That's why you have to write the same code maybe 4 or 5 times. It really depends on your setup. But if we have like 4 scripts which all need the authorization, we have to write it 4 times. If you have only one CSHTML file, one front-end file, which like is create and edit is all included in modals which have a pop-up, for example, and not redirect you always to a new page, then the entire process may change. But that's not how we implement it using Razor Pages pattern, right? So this is why we sometimes have to write the same code over and over again. That's just how it is in web development. All right, so now that we have that done, as always, we can check if authorized dot succeeded is equals to false, and if we are not Authorize we can return full bid. There we go. So this is the first part, as I told you before, or as we already developed before when we came to the edit section. So pretty the same stuff. Let's open the application. Let's click on delete at Zuckerfriend. I should not be able to view that one. And we can see access denied. I should be able to open the delete page on Cryotech because that's the one I created and it's still working. Amazing. So we already got the simple get side finished. Let's move on to the post side. As you can see, we already have the ID implemented here in our post or on post async method. So this time it will get a little bit easier. We have the invoice already grabbed from the database, which is fine. We're already checking if it's not null, right? And if it's null, we should return a not found, so we can simply add that. Let's do it real quick. If invoice is equals to null, we're gonna return a not found. So that's great. Next, let's take a look at our authorization stuff. So again, I will scroll a little bit up, copy exactly the same piece of code. And let me see if this is the correct position. Yeah, there we go. That's the one we just created. Awesome. Here we have our authorization stuff, exactly the same as the one above. And if we are not authorized, we're going to send or return a forbid. And in every other case, we are authorized. So we can simply go ahead and remove the invoice from the database. Let's go through it real quick. So we have the ID. If the ID is null, we have a not found. We're not sending any information. So what should we grab, right? So we go ahead in the database, take the ID, search for invoice. Search for an invoice in the database. If we don't have one, we return. If we have one, we try to authorize. If we are authorized or if we're not authorized, we are sending a forbidden. And if we are authorized, we are going to remove it. At this point, we already know that we have an invoice, so we don't have to make the duplicate check of the is not null because we already know that we have one. So we can simplify the code a little bit. Always, as a good developer, take a look on improving your code, right? So keep an eye on that. Amazing. Let's try it out. I already saved that. Press Ctrl F5 in order to always make sure that you are building your application correctly, because especially if you are starting the debugger or other stuff, sometimes the hard reload can even hang up or the page just got shut down. So make sure if you're testing something and you're running into issues, maybe just close the application, press Ctrl F5 again and make sure that it's compiled in a fresh way. All right, so let's open the application. So I should be able to delete the Cryotech one. Let's go to Zuckerfriend. I cannot do it. Pretty good, because it's not my one. But Cryotech is my one. I should now be able to delete it. I click on delete, and as you can see, it's now gone. So the authorization worked, and since we did not change the authorization handling itself, we don't really now have to prove it. We can save a little bit of time because we at the very first part, we proved that the authorization handler is working. And right now we are just doing it with other invoices and in maybe other context. We're not editing or creating it, we're deleting it, but the authorization stays the same. So we can definitely expect that everything is working as intended. So let me real quick create a new index again. Let's say the amount is 2000, month is February, and it's again Cryotech XY. 2K, not 200, that's fine. Let's click on create. And now it's time for a challenge. So we have two more things left. The first thing is we need to remove the elements which are not well available for me. I just created Cryotech, that's my one, but Zuckerfriend is not my invoice. I should not be able to see it here, right? So we will modify the index page later on. That's the last step. We will make it together, no problem. Your challenge right now, you can do it on your own or we can do it in the next lesson together, but I really recommend that you try it out. Try to say that you're not able to view the details of an invoice that you have not created, right? I created Cryotech invoice, I can see the details, perfect, right? That's how it should be, but I did not create the Zuckerfriend invoice. So when I click on details, I should not be able to see this. right? Because even if we just remove it from the index page, I can simply check the URL on top side and can say like ID 3 and I will get to the information. It doesn't really matter if that's my invoice or not. So we should definitely make that secured. So your challenge right now is to add authorization to the details page. Let's really quick check it out in our application. Here on the right side, invoices, there you can find the details page. There's the code behind file. This one is the one you would have to modify. It's exactly the same process. So please go ahead, try it out, try to get that done. And if you have any issues or any struggle, no worries, we will do it now together in the next lesson and then we are nearly finished. Alright, so your last challenge was to add authorization to the details model so that we are not able to view any details of the given invoice. As you can see, we don't have any posting here. We only have the onGetAsync method, which totally makes sense because in details, we are not able to post anything. We are only able to get the data of an invoice. So what we do right now is we repeat the entire process again. Let's first of all get rid of the context and of the property of the variable right here. Let's go to a different page we have already secured. Let's take the entire constructor, or I mean the braces, right? So that we have all of the information set up. Let's remove the page model and use the DI base page model instead. Now, next step is to import all of the missing namespaces. Now go ahead and replace context with context. There we go. So now we have that done. Let's add our authorization. After checking if we have an ID, let's go ahead and see if we are authorized. var is authorized is equals to authorization service dot authorize async, and we for sure need to await that. Add user invoice and the invoice operations dot read. Let's import the identity app authorization namespace real quick. Yeah, and as always, we can now check if is authorized dot succeeded is false. We simply return a forbid. Pretty sweet. Let's save this. Let's press Ctrl F5 and let's check if we are still able to see the details of an invoice which we have not created. Here we are. I'm logged in as accountant, so Cryotech is my invoice. Let's see if I can still see the information. That looks good. So the authorization seems to have worked. Let's check if it's the same for the Zuckerfriend. I should not be able to see it. Details, access denied. Perfect. Now, when I go to Cryotech and I check the details, you can see the URL contains the ID, right? So let's see when I enter 2, which is the ID for the other invoice, which is not my one. Let me check if it works. No, it doesn't, right? So everything is now secured. I should, however, not really be able to see the other invoice, not the amount, not the month, nothing. It should not really appear. So this is our next step. Let's just real quick check again. Zuckerfriend is not mine, so I should not be able to edit it. I should not be able to see details and I should not be able to delete it. The other one, Cryotech, is my one. I should be able to edit it. I should be able to see the details. From here I can go to edit, right? So we got the entire circle running. I can delete it. I can go back to the list, etc. That's pretty amazing, and for sure I can create a new one. So I hope you now really get into the authorization process. I mean, it's not really that complicated once you really understand the pattern of how authorization is working. I hope you successfully managed to get the challenge done. If not, just don't get worried. Web application, especially if you're doing something like security, like authorization and authentication, is a complex topic, and it's totally fine if you need some time and some practice to get everything done. However, at any time you will have to learn the authorization, and that's why we have included this important topic into the course. So now let's move on to the next authorization part. Let's just remove the invoices which are not created by our current accountant. So now let's really make everything working here with our current authorization for the accountant stuff. However, we need to make sure now that I am not able to see any invoices which I have not created on my own. So as an accountant at demo.com, I should not see this invoice from Zuckerfriend. All right, so let's go into our application and let's implement it. We can open the final page now, invoices index CSHTML. We can open the final page now. Let's go to invoices index CSHTML. And now, as you have maybe guessed, we need to import the same stuff as always. So let's get rid of the context. Let's jump into an already finished or secured file and let's copy the constructor or the braces. And now we can import all of the information. We got the authorization service. Let's get the user manager. That's fine. Let's see that we have the context here replaced with the context from our base model. So we need to replace the page model here with the DI base page model, and then we are already done. So there is a simple logic that we have to implement right now. We have to make a difference between who created which invoice, right? And only give or only return my invoices. So as you can see, right now we have invoice is equals to await context invoices to list async. So invoice, you can see that right here, is a list in the end. Maybe a list with one element, maybe one with 100 elements, depending on how much we have in our application, because it simply returns all of the elements in our invoice table and brings them into a list. So now we have to add a filter to this so that we say only return my invoices that I have created. What do we need for that? We need the current user ID, right? So let's grab it. Var current user ID is equals to user manager dot get user ID, and let's place there the user. Awesome. So now let's add the filter. We say await context invoice, and then we're gonna say dot where. So every invoice where the invoice called I dot creator ID, where this invoice creator ID is the current user ID, so my one, right? This will lead to a result where we say, okay, I will get all the invoices from the database which got created by me, because the creator ID is then my ID right here. So that's a pretty simple statement so far. We just add a simple where filter where we say only return my invoices. So Control F5, let's get the application started. And as you can see, I can only see my cryo tag invoice. Let me log out into the other account. This is accountant 2, so we should see the other one now. As you can see in invoices, we can see Zuckerfriend. So now this is how an application should work, right? From now we just working on it as a side or as the view from an accountant, right? So as an accountant, I'm creating an invoice and I can only see my invoices. That's a document with a lot of personal information, right? It has to be secured. So you should not be able to see or edit or view or whatever any other invoice which got created from another accountant, right? But only from the view of an accountant. So if you're the super administrator of the application, it might be, it really depends on the application you build, but it might be that you can say, oh, I can do anything. As a super administrator, I can do anything. I can see any invoice that got created in our system, right? It really depends on the view of the current role. And right now we are in the mindset of the accountant, right? So we are all seeing it right now from the view of an accountant. And from a view of an accountant, that's looking pretty awesome right now. So yeah, I know that was a hard topic. We are not done right now. We really want to extend that and build it as a really complete functional application. So we need to move on with authorization and other roles. But congratulations, that was really a hard part. I know that. So be proud of yourself and let's move on to the next lesson. Good job. So at this point, we have our authorization completed for the accountant. Let's call it the default user right now, okay? So our next task will be to add the authorization for the manager role. And this time we will again create an authorization handler for this role. but we also will create our first real ASP.NET Core role, which we can really assign to a specific user account. Let's get started and head into the invoice operations C# file and then scroll to the very bottom until you get to the constants. Here we will create our role names as a string for sure. So let's go ahead and create a public static read-only string. Create a name like invoice manager role, something like this. And let's call it invoice manager. So this is the role name that we can assign to a user later on. So okay, that's fine for now. We can just leave the reference as a string here. And now we create the authorization handler. So exactly as the other one, the invoice creator authorization handler, we will now create a new handler file. So right click on authorization, click on add, click on class, and let's call it invoice manager authorization handler. All right, so invoice manager authorization handler. So the name is already telling you what this class will be doing. It will handle the authorization for the invoice manager role. All right, so let's create it. Let's import some using directives first. Let's go ahead and add identity app.models. Using Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.authorization and using Microsoft ASP.NET Core authorization.infrastructure. All right, so now we got everything we need. First of all, we need to inherit this class that we just created from the authorization handler in order to get the handle requirement async method. So let's do that. We just get that from the authorization handler. You can see it's auto completed. Let me just get that into the next line of code. And we will add two types. Operation authorization requirement, just as we did before. And the model it's all about, it's the invoice. And let's just get everything inside our class, show potential fixes, implement abstract class so that we get our handle requirement async, which is definitely required. So we have to implement that class. Let me zoom out a little bit so that we can just take a look at it, and I will switch all of this to the next lines. Okay, so handle requirement async, we have the context, we have the requirement. Oh, let's see here, the context here is not the database context, it's the authorization handler context, just to make that sure. We have the invoice, which is called resource by default. I want to call it invoice here. And now, as before, we can here write our custom logic for authorization, right? So this is just as we did before. Last time, the authorization for the invoice creator was pretty easy. If you are the creator of the invoice, this authorization handler will succeed, right? And this time we make it in a pretty similar way, but we have a different requirement. We pretty easy say, if you are a manager and you want to approve or reject an invoice, then this authorization will succeed, right? Just remember a little bit back when we discussed the roles in the very beginning of this chapter. We said, hey, we have three roles. We have the accountant, which is the default user, right? And then we have the manager, and the manager can approve or reject invoices. And then we have the administrator. So right now we are working on the manager who can approve or reject invoices. So the accountant creates an invoice and the manager says, all right, that's approved or that's rejected, or I reject that. So let's go ahead and check if we got all the information that we need. If context.user, if we don't have a user, so we say if user is null, or if we don't have an invoice, so that we say if invoice is equals to null. It's a nice spelling mistake, invoice, there we go. Then we want to return from here, and since this is a task, we cannot simply say return, we need to say return task.completed, which means actually that it is failing, so that the authorization has failed, right? Now, as in our other authorization handler, let's take a look real quick. Let me open that. You can see that we checked for CRUD operations, right? Let's copy that and we will just paste it here and modify it a little bit. So we can remove two statements because we only have the approved operation name and the rejected operation name, right? And if the user is trying to do something else, so he does not want to approve or reject an invoice, then we will fail and also will say, all right, we set that task to complete and the authorization has failed because this authorization handler is only for approving and rejecting invoices. All right, okay, so let's continue a little bit because we now have to write a statement which is saying we succeed with our authorization. So this is the important point for sure, so that we can say if the context dot user, and now that's very important, so please pay attention. We now can check on the user if the user has a specific role. So we can say is in role. Okay, that's a very, very important method. And please take a look right here. You can see we have a parameter which we can just use. It's the name role. So if the context.user is in role, we could potentially say, hey, if the user is in admin role, or if the user is in user role, or if the user is in manager role, right? We already wrote the name. So let's go back to our invoice operations and let's take a look here. Invoice manager's role, right? That's the name, invoice manager, but we use that constant here. So let's go ahead and say is in role. Let's use our constants dot manager role. There we go. So if the user is in the invoice manager role, which is actually exactly that string value here, invoice manager, right? And if he is in that role, we can simply say context dot succeed and we paste in that requirement. At the end, we for sure have to say return task dot completed so that we really end that task, right? That's very important when we work with tasks. So now that we have created our handler, I hope you get the point, right? It's exactly the same pattern, but this time we have just a different statement of when the authorization will become true. So last time it was, hey, I am the creator of the invoice, and this time is, oh, I'm in a specific role. Regarding the roles, I will show you something very interesting just in a moment, but for now, let's just switch back to our program.cs. So open up the main file. Let me just close a little bit of the stuff on the right side here. Let's open up program.cs. Let's go ahead, scroll a little bit down, go to line 44 for me, where we add the other authorization handler. We'll zoom a little bit out, the invoice creator authorization handler here, right? And now we add our new one, but this time go ahead, add singleton, so that we only have one instance of this class. And we go ahead and say authorization handler, but the second class is not correct. We have to say invoice manager authorization handler, the class we have just created. Okay, here we used add scoped because in our invoice creator authorization handler, we are making use of the entity framework core, and we're not doing that here in our invoice manager authorization handler. So we don't have to set that to add scoped. Very nice. Now let me show you something really, really interesting. Let's open up our database. You could go to view and click on SQL Server Object Explorer. Now open up your SQL server. Open your local DB, databases, and now we have our ASP.NET Identity app right here. So and as you can see, we have the ASP.NET users, user roles, etc. So let's right click on ASP.NET Core, click on View Data, and you will now be able to see our accounts that we have registered in our application, right? Accountant, a demo, accountant 2, a demo, right? And if we go through this, you can see here's nothing related to any roles. That's the pattern of SQL by default for sure, because we have our own entire table, which is ASP.NET roles. This table here is actually just a table of the names of the roles that we have in our application. So this is not account X has this role. No, this is only, we have 3 roles. We have admin, we have manager and accountant. They would be listed here, right? I just want to give you a brief overview. And then we have the ASP.NET user roles, and that's really the linking table. So let's right click, view data, and as you can see, you got the user ID and the role ID. So you can say user ID is just like 10 and role ID is like 1, and that could potentially be admin at like demo.com, and role ID is like 3, and 3 is super administrator, right? So we have 3 important parts. We have the users at all, right? And then we have the roles, which are just the specific names with an ID, but they are not related to any users. And then we have the linking table, which is the ASP.NET user roles. All right, so ASP.NET users, ASP.NET roles, and ASP.NET user roles. All right, so that's how it's designed by default. So if we want to have a user which is like a manager, we will have to create an account. All right, so right now we already have an account. We have 2 here, but we can create a new one like manager at demo.com. Then we create a role like manager, and then we will assign a specific role to a user. We can do that via database or in code for sure. But that was just a real quick introduction just to get you a little bit prepared for the roles already, but that's a pretty simple system, so let's stick with the authorization, but only just for you to know where you can find all of the information. I wanted to show that to you, and in the next lesson we will get started with all of this so that we will make use of our new authorization handler. Alright, so right now we don't have a user which has a manager role because we didn't have created any roles right now in general. But first of all, let's do something so that we can, as a manager, see every invoice, right? So just in order to double check later on when we have created user and role, that it's working. So go to the pages and invoices and then open up the index CSHTML. Just remember what we did here before. We said from an accountant perspective view, right? So just imagine you're an accountant, and as the accountant you can only see your own invoices. That makes sense. So person A can only see person A's invoices, person B can only see the invoices of person B. Now we need to see everything from a very different perspective. Just imagine you are a manager now, you're account and a manager role, right? Then you will now be able to see every invoice. You can see the invoice of accountant A and accountant B because you're the manager and you can approve and reject every invoice. So you have to see them. Let's take a look here in the index page what we really have. We have the invoices, which are all the invoices where I am the creator, right? So the current user, where this one is the creator. And we should really adjust the filter here when I'm the manager, for example. So let's do something real quick here. Let's write something is manager. We could also call that is authorized, but I don't want to get you confused because we're not using the authorization service now. We just check if the current user is in a specific role. So we say user.is in role, right? Now use of constants dot just constant, there you go, constants. And now let's import the namespace real quick, show potential fixes. And this is the manager, invoice manager role. So if the current user is a manager, that's the information we get here. And then we can make use of this information to create a new invoice filtering, right? So first of all, we just will replace that. So I will just get that a little bit down just so that it's not in our current, well, view. All right, so let's grab all invoices. Var invoices from I for invoice in context dot invoice. So in our invoice table, right? Context dot invoice, select I. So this is the code for give me all invoices, right? Now we check, hey, am I a manager? And here's my current user ID. So current user ID is for checking if I'm the invoice owner, and is manager is for checking if I am a manager, right? And now we make that pretty simple. Here we have all invoices, and let's remove the filter. For now, we will have to write it again from scratch, but that's intended. I really want to make sure that we go through it once again. So we now say, let's just remove all of the filtering in our head, right? So there is no filtering. We just give all of the invoices to the user now. So we're gonna say invoices to list async, right? So now what we do, we get all invoices from the database and we return them because we don't use that right now. Now let's just create filter. So we say pretty easy. If I am a manager, I will get everything. This is what we do, right? So let's just turn that the way around. If I am not the manager. If is manager, right? I will do that as a false statement so that it's easier for read to you. So let's say if is manager is false, right? So if I'm not the manager, now we have to filter, right? So we have everything, and if I am a manager, then it's okay, give me everything, right? But if I am not a manager, then give me only the stuff which is created by me. So we're gonna say invoices is equals to, and now we will have a filter statement. So we're gonna say where I goes to I.creator ID is equals to current user ID. There we go. All right, so that's just the beginning. We can adjust it as we need, as we go and develop the application. But just for you to get really started, start thinking about what's happening here. We have all invoices. If we are the manager, then this filter will not apply and we will get all invoices, which is fine because as a manager, I want to see everything. But as a normal user or accountant, the manager or the is manager flag right here will not become true, and we will add a filter and say, okay, only show me the invoices which got created by me. So in order to test this in a correct way, we need an account which is a manager or which has a manager role. So next step is to create a new account, and then we will have to create a manager role. That's very, very important. In the very first step, we will do this via database because it's pretty fast, but then we will take a look a little bit later how we can automatically seed roles and accounts into our database when we start the application. And that's a very, very important point because in a real world application, you really make use of seeding data or seeding pre-existing data into an application, right? So like all the three roles. So when you move your application to a new server or to a new database, you press start on the application and you automatically generate like all the user roles like manager, administrator and accountant, so that they are existing in the database. And maybe you also generate like 3 always existing user accounts like manager at tutorial.cu and accountant at tutorial.cu, and maybe even admin at tutorial.cu, and they immediately get the correct roles so that you don't have to do the steps manually. However, we will get to that point in detail when it's time for it, but right now we should really focus on checking what the manager is able to see. Great, let's move on to the next lesson. Right now we need an account which is like manager@demo.com, which has a user role assigned. We don't have that yet. And we really want to make sure that we for sure have actual roles in our application. So as I described earlier, we need the process of seeding information into our application so that we really can just start the application and automatically an account gets created and a role gets assigned. That's the process of seeding, right? So let's create a new class. Let's call it seed data. Right click on the data folder, add class, let's call it seed data. Now this is a very important lesson, so please make sure to watch this stuff carefully. Let's go ahead. We will first of all create a new task which will ensure that we have a user with the name, for example, manager@demo.com, right? So this process now is how you can create a user in the database only by code, right? So create a new user by code. That's how it's working. Let's create a private static async task. That's just design pattern for sure, so that we have task systems, etc. You could potentially use the same code in a very different way. So that's not what it's about, but that's just a very professional way to write it with tasks, etc. So let's say ensure user. And we need the service provider, and that one gives us the possibility to make use of the user manager later on, but you will see this just in a minute. Service provider, and for a new account we for sure need a password and an email address. So let's say string init pv for an initial password, for example, and string username. There we go. So, and what this method is doing, it will create a new account. First of all, let's grab the user manager from the service provider. That's why we need him. Get service. We don't get the user manager in a different way because seed data or this methods will later on get called from the program CS, right? And then the program CS, we can only make use of the services by using the service provider. So get services, user manager, there we go, and make sure to also specify the identity. So it's identity user, there we go. So also make sure to import the namespaces so that we can really make use of them here. And as I said, get service takes a type, and the user manager type takes also a type of the user identity. So this is why we have get service of type user manager of type identity. All right, so we will call that seeding. That's how you design it by default. We will call that seeding every time our application starts, right? In real world, it is like you take that application, you bring it on a server, and every now and then the server restarts. However, it will start at least one time when you start the server, right? So you take the application, you bring it on the server, you press start, and the application is running and the web page or web application is hosted. So at this point, when the application starts, which can happen multiple times, right? You can just start and stop the application like we're doing right here. And every time we click on start, the program CS is running. So the startup code for sure. So what we do now, let's just discuss it. We will create a new account with like manager@demo.com, but we need to make sure that this account is not already existing from a previous startup, right? So only one account should exist. So what we do is we go ahead and say var user, which should be or could be the existing user, right? And as you can see, the auto-completion is doing its stuff here correctly. Await user manager find by name async, right? And the name is username provided from the parameter here. User manager find by name async. And in the first case, or we have two cases, first case would be, okay, we don't have a manager now, or we have a manager account, right? So, and if we don't have a manager account, so if the user is null, then we can create a new user. So we say user is equals to new identity user. Let's go ahead and set it up. The username is equals to username, auto-completion isn't working. And then we have the email. Email is also username. And we set the email confirmed to true so that we are really able to log in. Please don't forget that line of code, because if you don't set it, the account will not be confirmed and you are not even able to visit this nice helping link which says please confirm your account here, right? So make sure that the account is confirmed when you register it. All right, so let's create it. That's a simple line of code. We say result equals to await user manager dot create async, and now we can also set the password user with password. There you go, init pv. There we go, and now we have our user created. So we definitely have to make sure that we provide a password which is strong enough, which matches our custom policies, right? So we have a digit and we have a capital letter, etc. If not, if we don't provide a password which is strong enough, the result may fail and we could potentially catch a exception here. So keep an eye on that, just in case you get an error or the account does not get created, right? Let's check if the user is created. So we go user null. So if user is still null, please mention that it's getting set here. So we set a new user here and then we register it. And if this one fails, the user will still be null. And if it's null, we can, for example, throw a new exception and give some information. User did not get created, password policy problem, question mark. Something like that, all right? Something, just a little bit of information for us so that we know if we get an error, why or where we get kicked out. So afterwards, we think that the user got created successfully, so we can go ahead and return user.id. There we go. So this is the code for creating a new user from scratch. Not from the perspective of async task here, right? We could also do that in a pretty simple method, but we stick in a good professional design. That's why we're using async tasks. but that's the main code. We have the service provider, that one grabs the user manager. Then we check if a user is already created with that username, and if it's not, we create it and register it in the database. Then we can check if it's successfully created or if we have any errors, and then we return that from here. So this is ensuring a user. So make sure that the user with this username and password exists, or with this username, not with the password. Make sure that a user with this name exists, and if it does not, create one. So this is the first part of seeding. This is creating a user. Now we have to nearly duplicate this a little bit, because we now have to make sure that this user is in a specific role, right? We now have to say, all right, that user also gets a role. So let's go ahead and create that in the next lesson. This functionality here, this method ensure user, is not called yet, but we will for sure make that later on. So we need to make a similar method to create a role. So ensure user and ensure role, right? Make sure that we have a specific user and that this user has a specific role. So let's go ahead and create another task. There you go. And we can, as you can see, it's provided with ensure password. Let's go ahead, public static async string ensure password. Let's call it ensure role. There we go. And also inside the parameters here, we have the iService provider again, so that we can make use of the role manager. That's a new one. You already know the user manager, but there's also a role manager. So let's go ahead, iService provider, call it service provider. And then we have a user ID, so we can call it UID and string role, right? That's the role name. Great, so this is how we can set up, and now let's get ahead and grab the role manager I'm just talking about. So role manager is equals to use the service provider, get service, role manager, and also here you can see the double type, identity role this time. All right, identity role, pretty important. And now let's just make a small recap of what we added in one of the first lessons. Let's go into a program CS and scroll a little bit up. And as you can see here, we have the add default identity user. This is the reason why we can use user manager identity user to grab the current user or to grab any user. And add roles, this is the reason why we can make use of the role manager and then grab the identity roles, right? So the roles of the user. This is the only reason why we can now say get service role manager. All right, so I just want to give you some idea of why we set up that stuff in the beginning, so that you really know when you want to use it later on, for which parts you really have to watch out for. Great, so now we have the role manager. We can for sure check if the role manager is null. Then the mistake might be that you forget to register it as a service. We don't need to do that now. Now let's create a so-called identity result. Let's call it IR. Go ahead and write an if statement where we say if wait, because it's async, role manager dot role exists async role, right? The parameter is equals to false. So if this specific role does not exist, right, he goes into the database and checks the tables where we said, hey, here we could add an administrator role or a manager role. That's what he's doing. He's going into the database and checking, oh, do we have a manager role? And if we do not have a manager role, then we can say IR, so the identity result is equals to await role manager dot create async, right? We create a role and we simply can say new identity role and the name is role from the parameter here. So do we have that role? And if we don't have it, right, create that role. We just save that in an identity result to make use of it later on. Great, so now we have the user ID because we want to assign that role to a user. Ensure role does not only mean, hey, is that role existing in a database? No, it means that we make sure that we have a user which has this role. So first of all, check if we have that role, if we don't have it created. And now let's grab the user by using the UID, just the user ID, and continue from here. So var user manager equals to get service or service provider service provider.get service user manager type identity user. Sorry, not identity role, identity user. There we go. Let's try to grab the user, var user, as we did above, await user manager dot find by ID async using the UID, which is the user ID. If we don't have a user now, so we failed and there is not a user existing in the database using this ID. So say if user is null, we can throw an exception, throw a new exception. Let's simply say user not existing. That's enough information for now. And then later on, in each other case, we have the user. So we now simply assign the role, right? We create the role here, so it's saved in our identity result. We also have the user. So now let's combine both. And let's say the new identity result, right? We can update that one is await user manager dot add to role async. So this is a really important method also. So make sure to watch now carefully. User manager add to role, add a specific user to a role. Let's say manager at demo.com gets added to the manager role or invoice manager role. That's how we called it. Great. And now let's return this IR, this identity result. So right now this is underlined, just in case you didn't know, this is an identity result and our ensure role was suggested as ensure password and our task wants to return a string, but for sure the identity result here is not a string, so we can simply change it to match the identity result. This is just returning like in any other method. So a task can return a specific value, right? Like float, string, or even custom objects like classes that we have created. Perfect, let's save it. So we have both ready. This one creates a user. This one assigns a role to a specific user by checking, hey, do we have the role? If we don't have the role, create the role, check for the user. If we have the user, combine both, add the user to the specific role. Now, in order to call that, we will write an initialize method so that we really can call it from our program. So our program starts up and then we can call this initialize method and we can say, please create a manager role and a manager account, and please create an admin account and an admin role. So this is next up, and then we have the process of seeding completed, because seeding is really used very, very often in a real world application. So ensuring users and ensuring roles, seeding them into a database at startup of the application is very important. So please make sure to follow me into the next lesson and let's get starting seeding that data into our application.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Now let's go ahead and let's finish the seeding data section. So as I said, this class right now, we will add a new method, which is initialize, and then we will call it from our program when the application starts, right? So let's create another task. This one is public. Please see that the other tasks right here are all private. Sorry, should be private. We don't need them to be public. And as you can see, this one is private. So we don't need to call them from outside of this class because the initialize will call them just in a second. Public static async task. Also notice that tasks do not really require a return type, so we can simply say task. Right here we have a return type of type string, but we don't need that. Let's call it initialize. And also here we take an I service provider, string username, and string password. And as password, let me get that into the next line. And as a password, let's take something that matches our current policy. For example, test at 1, 2, 3, 4, right? We have digits, we have a capital letter, and we have a special sign. So now we have to use our application DB context in order to add something to the database, right? But make sure that we don't use dependency injection here, because at this point we cannot use the dependency injection. So what we do is we use the alternative way. We use the service provider here, right? So this is how we get the services at this position. So we say using var context equals to new application DB context, right? This is our database context. What we can do as a parameter, we can set the options here, and we say service provider dot get required service, and this one is of type DB context options, right? So let me just import the namespace, show potential fixes using entity framework core, and then application DB context. So get required service of type DB context options, and the DB context options require a type application DB context. All right, now let's set the braces, even the type braces here correctly. One is missing. There we go. That way it's correct. And now we can write the code inside of a using statement right here. We now will create a user using our ensure user task. So we say var manager equals to await, because it's async, ensure user. We enter the service provider, write in the username, which we get from the parameter here, right? That's the point here. And for sure the password. Later on we will adjust that a little bit, but for now that's fine. Manager. And now we have the manager, right? This one will create an account. Wait, ensure role this time. Don't mix it up. We have a service provider again. Then we have the UID. Also see that ensure user is returning a string. It's returning the ID, right? So we can say manager, or we could also adjust that, right click here, rename, let's call it manager UID, for example, manager user ID, and then we can enter a role. And what we don't want to do, we don't want to write it as a string. We want to go ahead and use our constant. So let's go up, let's say using identity app dot authorization, and we can say constants dot, and now let's search for our role name, invoice manager role. Alright, so now the moment of proof, right? Now we need to call initialize, and then initialize will call ensure user and ensure role on our database context, right? And because we cannot use the dependency injection here, we have to create our own context just for a moment using the service provider. So this is really advanced stuff going on here. What we could also do in order to write less repetitive code, we can say that we remove the username right here. That may be a little bit easier. Service provider password, we keep that inside here. Now you can see the username is missing, and we can write that down here so that we say manager at demo.com, right? You can for sure adjust that, but that's the manager. And now, or if we soon want to add another role and an entire account, we can simply duplicate that and add another one. So we can say here manager, so that we don't have to call initialize multiple times. We can simply then add here another account to create it. That's a little bit easier. Let's stick with this right now. Amazing. Okay, let's go to our program. And now we have to add a scope, because as I said, right now we cannot use our database context here, right? We need to add a custom scope because we don't have the dependency injection. So we cannot simply say, hey, we create a constructor, etc., right? We cannot create a constructor here in order to grab the context of the database using the dependency injection. So we need to make that manually, and that's a very important point because you will also need that in many real-world applications. So let's take a look on it, how we can make it. It's pretty easy once you know how to do it. As you can see, we have our application built after line 47. So when we want to do something with our application or with the database, we should do it right here after building, right? We have implemented the services, and now we can start making use of them after building the application. So let's write another using statement. So let's say using, let's call that var scope, and this is app.services.create scope. So inside of that scope we can make use of services. So let's say var services is equals to scope service provider, all the services that we have registered and can access from here. And now let's just seed the data. So we're gonna say await seed data dot initialize, and as you can see, the password is already set with the default value, but we have to provide the service provider, which is the services, right? So we have to create that scope in order to get the services, and then we can call seed data to initialize. Now we are ready. We are ready to get everything done now, to get everything seeded. So we are done now. Let's just save that. That looks good. So let's start our application and check if everything is working. Maybe we can expect some smaller issues going on here. And as you can see, we got something, user is not existing in our ensure role. So let's just move on to there. Go to seed data, go to ensure role. And that's the exception that we have fetched. So as you can see, our user seems to be null. Let's take a look at our database real quick in order to check if an account did get registered anyway. So let's take a look at our ASP.NET users, view data, right? Debugging is a very important process. And as you can see, the account did not got created at all. So the problem is not ensure roles. The problem seems to be here with ensure user. Let's check what went wrong. We set a breakpoint at several positions. First of all, I want to know what informations are here inside of our ensure user method. And then I want to see if we find a user. And I want to know if we have a user in the end. And that looks good. And then we have the create user. That's totally fine. All right, so let's get ahead and let's press start. So let's see what our debugging process is doing. We are going, or our breakpoint inside the ensure user method just started, and you can see we have the init password set at manager@demo.com, and the username here is test. All right, so this one totally got mixed up. And yeah, he cannot for sure use manager@demo.com in order to create a password because it doesn't match our policy. We don't have a digit or a capital letter. So sometimes the issues are pretty small, right? But it's very important that you learn how to debug them in general. That's why most of the issues I run into during recording, even if we prepare all the stuff in detail, sometimes small issues appear and I really leave them because that's how it's happening in real world too. So I want to show you how we can find out what issues or how you can fix the issues you're running in, right? So the problem seems to be manager@demo.com and password needs to get switched, or we can for sure simply change the order right here. But for me, it makes more sense. Let's see. ID and then password. So let's change this order. So again, let me just remove the breakpoints. Let's see if everything is working now. We can press start and let's see what happens if we get another error. That looks good so far. All right, so we don't run into any issues. So let's open our application and let's try to log in using our new manager account that should have get created automatically. I just entered the credentials. Let me log in. That's working, right? We got an account just created from the system. So that's what you've learned. And if we click on invoices and we can see both invoices, then we also have a role, right? So now our manager can see every invoice. That's a huge step forward. Let's take a look at our database. Check here for ASP.NET users, update the data, and you can see we have our manager account here. That's pretty awesome. And on the other side, if we open up the database for ASP.NET roles, open it up, view data, you can see we have an invoice manager role created automatically. And check for ASP.NET user roles. You will see we have a linking table here, right? We have user ID has the role with ID 3D4C. Let's check. 3D4C is invoice manager. So I hope you totally get the point now. Let me get that clear. Seeding data means that you automatically seed information or give information into the application or into the database when the application starts. So it doesn't really matter if you now move the application to a new server with a new database. As soon as you hit run, the data will get created. You will get an account, manager@demo.com, with the same provided password and a role, etc. Very, very important, because sometimes when you know in your application there are 10 roles, you don't want to create them manually every time. You want to seed them the first time you open the application. So this is the process of seeding data, creating accounts by code, and creating and assigning roles by code. So this was a huge learning in terms of identity. And now that our manager can see all invoices of all accountants, we can continue processing the authorization and add a functionality like reject an invoice or approve an invoice, right? So that we really can focus now on the main functionality of the application. So good things are on our way. Let's continue. See you in the next lesson. Good job. A user using the manager role is now able to see all the invoices in the entire system. Right now, let's take a look on the details page. So just hit Ctrl F5. Once the application is started, make sure to log in using your manager account that we have just seeded into our application. Let's click on invoices, and as you can see, we have the invoices here. Let's click on edit. That's fine, access denied. As a manager, we don't need to edit the invoices. We also don't need to delete them, so that's totally fine. But as a manager, we definitely should be able to click on details and then click on accept or reject, right? So approved or rejected. So that's the main part, so that we can really say, okay, this invoice is approved and this invoice got rejected from the manager. So we need to open the details page here for the manager, and it doesn't really matter from which accountant the invoice is coming from, because the manager should be able to approve or reject all invoices in the system. So let's go back to our program and go into pages, invoices, and then details, CSHTML, right? So let's scroll a little bit down. Let's handle the onGetAsync method first. Right here you see if we are authorized. And now we need to adjust that variable name here a little bit to make things clearer in the end. Right now it's authorized because we say that we only have one way of authorizing right now, which means when I'm the creator of the invoice, I can see it, right? That's what is happening here, that's fine. But we now have another way, which is when I'm a manager, I should be able to see the details. So let's adjust that, right? Click on it and call rename. Let's rename that to isCreator, right? Because this authorization handler here is checking if we are the creator of an invoice. Why? Because we haven't called that here, right? Here's nothing that you could see which is saying something like invoice creator authorization handler. The authorize async method here is called, and we say, okay, it's an invoice operation of type read. And when we go to our invoice creator handler, right? So in the moment we call authorize async, all handlers get activated. And then we check, okay, we have invoice operation, right? That was the one where we checked for CRUD operations, and it will finally see, okay, yeah, that's for me, because all other handlers will return, but that one will not return because it's checking for CRUD operations, and then it will succeed. So this one here is the check for am I the creator of the invoice. And now we add another one, because if I'm a manager, then I should also be able to see the invoices. So let's go ahead and create a new variable, is manager equals to user dot is in role constants dot role, invoice manager's role, right? So if that one is true, then we have a manager right now. Now let's see what we have to do in order to call a forbid. When I'm not the creator of the invoice and I'm not a manager, right? Is manager false? You can also do it like this, equals to false. Please make sure that you have it like the same way. You can also write it using the exclamation mark, but that's something you can really oversee pretty easy. So that's why I say false, because it's an entire word. So if I'm not the creator, right? Creator succeeded false, and I'm not a manager, that's what it should be. because don't forget, we are running into a forbid here. We don't say succeed or show page. This is the filter, right? So let's go ahead and let's simply test it. So let's hit Control F5. When we click on details now, we should be able to see them. That's fine, that's looking good because we are logged in as a manager, right? Let's log out again and let's log in with our first accountant account. So we should be able to see the CRYATAG one, invoices, CRYATAG, details. All right, still working. Let's check if we can go to ID2, for example, access denied. Right, so that's working. As an accountant, I can only see the details of my invoices, but as a manager, I'm now able to see the details of all invoices. Let me just switch back to the manager account. All right, so as a manager, as I said, I'm able to see the details. And right now, we don't have the state, the current status included, right? As we have discussed, we should show the status here, which says, okay, this invoice is currently approved or rejected. And the default value is submitted, right? So when I create an invoice, it's submitted automatically, and then we have to accept it or reject it. And we need to do that here as a manager, right? So I go on details and I can say, oh yeah, I accept it, or I can reject it. And then when we go back to invoices, we should also be able to see a column here which says status, right? So that we can see, oh yeah, okay, it's approved, that one needs to get rejected, or that one needs to get checked, right? So not every invoice needs to get rejected. It's just simple, like we have to see the status so that we see, oh yeah, I didn't work on that, it's still open for me, so I have to check that and accept it or reject it. All right, so let's continue in the next lesson. Okay, so now we have our manager authorization completed, right? The main aspects are really working. The accountant can create an invoice and the manager can accept it or reject it, right? Besides of styling, etc., the main functionality is working. Now your challenge is to create a brand new role, which is the administrator. For this, you have to extend our current system, right? You have to write your own handler. You can really pretty much orientate on the manager authorization handler, and then you simply extend all the systems that we have, or constants and so on. The administrator can do everything. He can edit an invoice, he can accept an invoice, because the administrator should really be able to do everything in the entire application. So alright, please try it out, please try to add an administrator and go through the system, go through the application, check where you have access and where you don't have access. Please don't forget to seed your role and your admin account. That's your starting point, right? And then see if you get this done. And in case you have any struggle or want to do it together with me, then just stay right here and we do it right now together. So as I said, let's first of all get into our seeding part. We can find that in data, seed data on the right side. Now let's just extend that. Here's the manager. Let's add another role. Let's add it administrator. There we go. And now let's copy that one here. We need to change the variable names. Manager UID and admin. UID ensure user service provider manager. We can call this admin@demo.com. We can take the same password. It's easier for me while testing, right? Now, don't forget to adjust this and also adjust the constants right here. Invoice manager's role is for sure not correct. Invoice admin role, for example. Let's write it down. Let's go into that. Click on constants F12 to get into this. Let's copy the manager role here real quick and call it admin role. Invoice admin role, we could call it admin role in general, but that's fine. Let's give it a name, invoice admin, depending really on how you want to build your application, right? There could be an invoice admin or a project admin or a general super administrator. It really depends on your project setup. That's fine. And then we're done here. Let's save this, check seed data again. That's working now. And then we can press Ctrl F5 to start our application. And then we should have a new admin@demo.com account, which we can use to log in. So let's press Ctrl F5 and start our application. And let's log in with our brand new demo account, admin@demo.com. Let's log in. And now click on invoices, and as you can see, I cannot see anything, right? And that's totally fine because this is how we designed it, and now we need to add our authorization handler to make the admin see and edit anything. So let's go ahead and create our authorization handler for the admin. Right click on authorization handler, or we can also copy the invoice manager authorization handler. That's a little bit quicker, so let's just copy and paste that one. Let's just rename it a little bit so that it's for sure fitting our requirements. So invoice admin authorization handler, invoice admin authorization handler. This is the name of the file. Now we for sure have to change the class name here. Don't rename it, just name it by hand. So don't right click and rename. Invoice admin authorization handler. Now it's working fine. This is good. Check the error list for sure to see if there are any issues. And this one is just a namespace requiring restarting the applications. So this is not a real issue. And yeah, this looks good already. Perfect. What we here need to do is we for sure need to check not if we're in a manager role. We need to check if we are in an admin role, right? Because this one is our admin authorization handler. We can simply remove the if statement here because we don't have a requirement right now. Or we can simply add all requirements like the CRUD operation so that we add it here as we did in the invoice creator, right? For now, let's just remove it because the administrator can do anything anyway. So only if we don't have a user or not an invoice, that's the only case where we have to return. In each other case, as long as the user is an admin, we will succeed here. Doesn't matter which operation he wants to perform. Nice, so let's save it. This is our authorization handler. It's pretty handy. So let's jump to our program.cs and register this one as a service as we did before. Program, there we go. Now search for the service here. We can add that as a singleton too, since it doesn't use entity framework. Add singleton I authorization handler, invoice admin authorization handler. There we go. Let's save it. Jump into our index.cs HTML CSS and scroll a little bit down to our on get async, right? And here we see is manager, user is in role, constant invoice manager's role, right? We could adjust this one, or we can simply duplicate it and call it is manager. Oh, sorry, is admin. But I would just do that if we don't have any more roles, right? If we have more roles like admin, super admin, co-worker and whatever, so that we have 6, 7 or 8 roles, I would not create 7 or 8 variables here, right? Because that would become really overpowered. So I would search for another system or for another statement. But in most scenarios, and I mean really in most scenarios, you only have like a user and an admin, right? And sometimes you have another one like user, project manager, administrator. So this is what you will use in most situations. Right, okay, so admin. If is manager equals false and is admin equals false, so we are not a manager and we are not an admin, then we have to filter our invoices. Just think back to the part when we have written the code here, that is a filter, right? Because we grab all and then we check if we are manager or an admin, and if we are, we have to filter, and if we don't have to filter them and can return them as an entire list containing all elements. So let's just go here, is admin is in role, invoice admin role, then press Ctrl F5. And as you can see, we have now the invoices all listed nicely, and we can delete them, edit them, view the details, approve them, right? So go ahead and reject them, also edit them. So one thing we are noticing that when we go ahead and click on edit right here, because this one is right now rejected, right? So Zuckerfriend is rejected. Go ahead and write down 5,000 and then click on save. We can see the invoice amount got changed and it's now submitted again. So this is intended, but you can for sure change it. So the submit state always sets back because we don't have that in our posting where we adjust all of the content from the invoice in the database. You can, however, for sure change the code so that the status stays the same. But by default, if you edit something, it should have to be submitted again. However, in case you don't want that, let's go to our program. Then go to edit HTML CS, right? This is the edit page. Scroll down to our post on post async. And here where we set the invoice creator ID, we can do that here or we can do that a little bit below. That's not a problem. We could probably, it would make sense to do that here. We go ahead and say invoice.status is equals to the current already set status so that we don't reset it, all right? Let's go ahead and save this. Control F5 and go to our application. Click on details again. Click on approve so that it's approved. Click on edit and change it to like 10,000, for example. 1, 2, 3, there we go. Click save and you can still see this one is approved, right? So now it's working fine. If we change it back to 3,000, for example, it's still approved. Okay, so now you know how you can make changes if you would like to do that. So now our application is from a functional perspective working. We have our authorization handlers. We have 3 types of accounts. We have the accountant, let's call it the default user, right? Because we don't have a specific row fit. And we have a manager and we have an admin. All of them have specific functionalities. One can only create an invoice and edit an invoice. The manager can approve them or reject them, and the admin can do everything, right? And this is everything you need to know to get started with real authorization in real world applications. So from here you can extend it and change it as you like for sure. And now we will focus on the styling and designing part so that everything looks a little bit more like a real application, and that's pretty important for sure too. When we go into our application right now, we are logged in as a manager and we click on details, we should have 2 buttons right here, which are saying approve or reject. And we should see the current status, so something like submitted, approved or rejected. So first of all, let's get into our front end for the first time right now and let's add some custom stuff right here so that we can see the state. So click on details CSHTML. First of all, add another display name for and display for so that we can see the current state. So let's first of all just copy both of them here, display name for and display for. Let's copy them and paste them inside again so that it looks like this. Totally fine. Now go ahead and change that from model invoice owner to status for both for sure. Don't forget it. So on both sides, go ahead, Control F5 to start the application again. Now we should already be able to see the current status. As you can see, the current state is submitted because that's the default one, because the enumeration is starting at that point and we didn't set something else. So submitted is the current state, that's fine. And I can also see that if I'm an accountant account, so everything is nice. I can see it as a manager and as an accountant. Now as a manager, however, I should see something like approved or approve or reject, right? So if the current state is submitted, we can approve it or reject it, but only as a manager, right? So now we need to add authorization to our view right here. If you see any feature warning missings on the top side of the screen, then just open the Visual Studio installer and update your Visual Studio software. As I said, we now have the status right here. And the manager should be able to click on an approve or reject button. For this, we now need to make a difference between am I an accountant or am I a manager? So we need to import some authorization here first and inject our authorization service. So let's import that over page. And we need add using identity app.authorization, add using identity app.models, and using Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.authorization. This is what we need right now. And in addition to that, as I said, we have the dependency injection for usage here when we say add inject authorization service and then call it authorization service, right? This is the equivalent to an constructor. So when we say inject, we get it from the dependency injection, which are defined or which services are defined in the program.cs where we register services. All right, now he's just complaining because add page has to be at the very top level. So let's just bring it over the using directives like this, and we are good to go. Pretty nice. Now let's scroll down and let me zoom out a little bit. And right here, between back to list, there we go. We will now add 2 buttons, one for approving and one for rejecting the invoice. So let's start, and let's simply say if the model.invoice.status is not invoice status.approved, so when the current invoice is not approved, then we want to show an approve button, but only if we are a manager, right? That's very important. Only if we are a manager, we do any of this stuff, but we will handle that later on. Let's first of all simply create a form which contains an approve button. So create a form. Let me zoom in a little bit so that you can see it a little bit better. Form. Let's give it some style. Style is equals to display inline. And we have a method for sure. Method of this form is type of post. There we go. We will get this, or we will receive this later on in our onPost async method inside of the page or code behind file, right? Now we add 2 hidden elements. They are both of type input. And as I said, very important, they are hidden, so they are not shown to us right now. Let's give them a name. Name is equals to ID. And let's give them an initial value. And the initial value is at model.invoice.invoice ID, because when we submit the form, we need the invoice ID, and we also need the state that will get set. So let me copy that real quick. Let me get that right into here. Input hidden name. This time we call it status. So the new status of the invoice, and we take the enumerator. So we say add invoice status dot approved. So now let's create our button. Button, the type is submit. That's pretty important because a button of type submit submits a form. Class, give them some styling, button XS, button minus success to make it appear green. Success, there we go. Let's call it approve. So right now we don't have used authorization here, so it's visible for everyone. Let's go ahead, and our statement here will become true because the current invoice state will not be approved because it is submitted. Let's go ahead, press Ctrl F5 and take a look at our application. And as you can see, we now have an approve button here that is appearing right before edit and back to list, right? So that worked fine. And let's go back and let's click on another one, Cryotech here. We have the approve button. So even if I log out and log in as an accountant, I will be able to see this. Let's first of all, that was just a visual check. Let's first of all create another button for rejecting, and then we will secure this and add authorization so that only a manager can see the button. Let's go back to our program. Here we have our form, which has the button. We simply go ahead and copy the entire block, also including the if statement. So let's copy and paste that one. And now if the state is not rejected already, we can add a rejected button, which is also saying for sure rejected. And this button is not button success, but it's button danger, so that it will appear in a nice orange style. All right, so now we have that. That's pretty sweet. Let's save it and let's take a look for just a visual check again. Then Ctrl F5 again, and now we can go back to our application. And as you can see, we now have an approved button and a rejected button. Sorry, it's not orange, it's red, because danger is red and orange would be warning, but that's fine. So what I mean is a nice reddish style, not an orange style. All right, so now we have all both buttons set up. But as I said before, they are now visible for any account, for any role. So they are visible for manager and for accountant. So let's add some authorization here. Let's just real quick repeat that. We have created an authorization handler to check if someone is a manager. Let's now use that one by simply calling the authorize async method. And then the handler will check, or it will get activated and will check if this is the correct handler for the situation and if the account is a manager. So let's simply create a new code block right here. Now we can simply check if we are authorized by using the authorized service. Let's go ahead and create a new variable, is authorized, equals to, await, authorization service dot authorize async, right? And we add the same things as always, user model dot invoice and the operation invoice operation dot rejected, right? And that's why our handler for the manager will get activated, because we set invoice operation dot rejected, right? Because when we call authorize async, all handlers will get activated, and we are filtering inside the handlers by checking which invoice operation we are using. All right, so if authorized will in the end mean that we are a manager, because we are checking for the rejected operation. Great, now let's go ahead and add another if statement. Add if is authorized dot succeeded. Then we can say that we show both of our buttons. So let's copy them, Control X to cut them out and Control V to paste them in again. Now let's get the formatting cleared a little bit. Press Control K and D, and everything should look nicely now. Maybe if it's not working, try it a little bit more often. It's a little bit sensitive when it comes in terms to shortcode in Visual Studio 22. If we are a manager, we show our buttons. So let's go ahead into our application, press Ctrl F5, and let's take a look. So as you can see, we have our approve and rejected button, or approve and reject. We should rename this to reject, not rejected. And let's log out and log into an accountant. Let's log in real quick. Go to invoices, check our invoice, and as you can see, we are not able to submit anything here, right? So this is a proof for our authorization to be working. Let's log out to our manager account again. So log out and log in to manager. Go to invoices again, and let's see. All right, so this is working. Now let's take a look on posting or submitting the real information here, because when we now click on approve, nothing will work, right? This is because we haven't finally set up all of the stuff we need. So let's just close it for now. Let's rename it to reject. There we go. We have approve and reject. That's perfect. Now that works. Let's just get rid of the free space here. And please notice that we should remove the edit button here, because when we go to our app and we click on edit, you can see access denied, which is fine because the manager should not be able to edit an invoice. Only the accountant can. So let's remove it for the manager, right? So we should not be able to see this one here. We can do this real quick in when we make use of our is authorized stuff. So we go ahead and simply say add if is authorized dot succeeded equals to false. So we are not a manager, and we don't want to see this a tag right here, right? So we get that right into our if statement. There we go. That looks fine. Now let's remove that sign right here. We don't need that separator. That's perfect. We can simply leave it as it is right now. Awesome. Okay, so now we only show the edit a tag when we are not a manager. So it's working right now. We got our back to list right here. Don't care too much about the styling because right now it's more about the functionality. Let's click on approve. And as you can see, we are running into an issue, which is totally fine because we need to add our onPost async method. So let's go ahead to our page, our code behind file, details, use html.cs. And now, as you can see, we only have the onGet method right here, right? So let's create our onPost async method. Pretty simple. Create a new public async task of return type action result onPost async, takes an int ID and an invoice status with the name status, right? So this names here, ID and status, we can find them in CSHTML exactly here. Input hidden ID, input hidden status, right? They will get just bound to this parameters here. There we go. Nice. So every time we call the submit button in our page, we will get into the onPost async, right? Because the form has its method type set to post. Great. Let's go ahead and first of all grab the invoice. Let's say invoice is equals to await context dot invoice dot first or default. We could also use find or single or default. Let's go ahead and use find async because we can make use of the ID, right? There we go. And in case we don't have an invoice now, if invoice is equals to null, let's simply return not found because maybe the ID did not lead to a valid invoice, which is existing in our database. Now also here we need to check if we are authorized for an operation. So in order to check if we are authorized, we need to check which invoice operation is the user currently trying to perform, not the invoice status, but the operation. So let's go ahead and create invoice operation is equals to, let's go ahead and say status is equals to, or if status is invoice status dot approved, right? So if the user is clicking on an approve button, then the invoice operation, let me get that into the next line of code, invoice operations dot approve, or if we don't have that, we can go ahead and say invoice operations dot rejected or reject. There we go. So it might make a little bit more sense if we call this approve and reject instead of approved or rejected, but since we are now using this constant, it's incredibly easy for us to change it, rename, and simply call it approve, right? That's why we make use of it and not use any simple strings, because then we need to find the references. So invoice operations dot reject. Let me see. All right, now it's working. So in order to make it a little bit more clear, we can simply write it like this. So invoice status approved, and if it's approved, then the operation is approved. If not, the operation needs to be reject. Now you might think, why do I need that operation? We need that for authorization. You will see this in a second. So let's go ahead and say is authorized is equals to await, and again we call our authorization service. We do that again and again, right? Authorize async, and now we need that, right? Set in the user, the invoice itself, and now we need the operation. So let's go ahead and paste in the invoice operation. There we go. Great. Okay, so now that we know which invoice operation we are performing, we will get the correct handler, and the handler will check if we are authorized for this operation. In that case, we need to be a manager. Great. Let's go ahead and check if the authorization failed. If it's authorized dot succeeded equals to false, and we go ahead and return forbid because the user is not allowed to do that. And in every other state it worked, and we can say the invoice dot status is equals to the new status. So we now changed that in the database, right? So let's go ahead and save that. Context dot invoice dot update invoice. Can simply do it that way because we're only changing one field here. That's totally fine. Go ahead and save the changes. Context dot save changes async. Now afterwards, let's go ahead and return or redirect the user. Redirect to page. There we go. Index page. There we go. Awesome. Okay, so let's save it. Now hit Ctrl F5 in case hot reload is not working for you or you don't have it activated or whatever. For example, the Zuckerfriend one. Let's go to details. Right now it's submitted. Let's hit approve. Let's check details again, and we are approved. And now we can only reject it, right? So it's get on reject. And as you can see, Zuckerfriend, details, and we are rejected. So first of all, if it's submitted, we can reject or approve. That makes sense. And afterwards we can say, oh yeah, okay, let me get that to approved. And then, oh no, it was a mistake. I just didn't read it correctly. That's not correct. I want to reject it so we can correct it afterwards. Let's go ahead and check this, right? We could also simply refresh the page so that we don't have to go back to our index page. That's also not a problem. But normally, just in a normal case, you would go ahead and say, okay, that's fine. Click on approve and we can continue. So we should really show the status here too, right? So this is just a simple line of code. Let's do it real quick and then we are done with this exciting lesson. Let's go ahead to our index CS.html page right here. You can see all the stuff that we have right now. We just extended a little bit. So let's add a new table header. We can just copy that one, the display name for, go ahead for model, invoice, and then status. And we do the same right here. Edit, sorry, let me copy that again. There we go. Table data, this time TD, display for model item status. There we go. Let's save it, check our application. Yeah, and now you can see status approved, status submitted. So this one is approved. Let's reject the other one here, details. I'm logged in as a manager. Let me click on reject. Everything is working fine. Let's now change the visual style of our invoice application right here, because in real world you also don't want to create applications that always look the same, right? So I found a nice Bootstrap theme, a nice Bootstrap CSS file which changes the colors of our application so that it will look different from now. Let's go ahead and go to our project. Now open up the www root folder, which we have here, lib for library, Bootstrap, distributable CSS, and you can see that Bootstrap file here, and inside that Bootstrap file there's a Bootstrap min CSS. This is the minified version that's actually used. I can show you how you can see that. Let's go to pages, share it, and click on layout, and there you can see right here in the head link style sheet to lib bootstrap distributable CSS bootstrap min CSS, which is actually that one. So we can simply adjust that one by overwriting it. I already have that file on my desktop, so let's go ahead. Got that right here, bootstrap min. And I will now remove the bootstrap CSS file entirely, or completely delete it. And then I will take the bootstrap min CSS from desktop here and pull it inside the CSS folder. Perfect. Now go ahead and start the application. And as you can see, now our new theme got activated and it looks very different from before, right? Because we have a different font, different spacings and so on. Press Ctrl F5 in case it does not work for you, because sometimes when you change CSS, the old CSS styles are still saved in the browser cache. So make sure to hit Ctrl F5 to clear the browser cache and load the page. Again, completely from scratch. Alright, so this looks already pretty nice. Let's make some smaller adjustments. For example, I want to show you how you can create a dark navbar right here. It's a single CSS class that we have to assign, but it will make a huge difference when it comes to appearance. Close it for now, and let's go ahead to our layout.cshtml. You can see the navbar right here. So let's adjust it right now. Right now it's using navbar light, which is the light navbar. Let's change it to dark and also change it from BG white to BG minus primary. And by default, primary is always the blue color, right? Bootstrap default theme, BG primary would be a blue background. But with our new Bootstrap file, BG primary is a dark gray, a very, very dark gray. So let's go ahead and start the application and let's take a look. Now, as you can see, this looks very nice, but now we cannot really see the entries in our navbar. So let's change that. Go to the nav items, which we have here, and remove the text dark class for all three elements. That looks nice. That's fine. We can also change the name of the top left icon, or where it says identity app, we can change it to invoices. For example, you can call it whatever you want for sure. Now let's take a look again. And as you can see, now we got here invoices. We can see home, privacy, invoices, looking pretty nice right now. Now we do the same thing for the login stuff, because we cannot really see what's here because it's a little bit too dark. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. We can find that in login partial.cshtml. It's exactly the same. Let's remove text dark right here. Make sure to do this not only in the if statement, also in the else statement, which we have right here, right? So that if we are logged in or logged out, we always remove that text dark, because that one is breaking our theme a little bit. Now, perfect. Let's go ahead and take a look again. That looks pretty nice. Now we got Hello Admin here looking very nice. Let's log out and take a look what it looks like when we click on login. Alright, so here we have our login page. You can see the entire colors have changed, for example, and a nicer looking font is also there. There we go. Okay, that's pretty nice. So let me real quick show you where you can find that so that you can change it on your own as you like. So there is a page called bootswatch.com. And when you click on themes right here, you can go through all of them. And I decided to take the Lux one. Lux, here you go. And this, you can see this is what we have in the end, right? So this is what gets changed. Let's take a look at the default one so that you can see how it appears in default to Bootstrap. You will definitely recognize it. There we go. This is the one we have used before, the light one, right? So this is primary stuff or the default stuff. Another nice theme for sure would be Darkly for dark theme mode. So just go ahead and try some things out, right? So you can also use such a thing here. And when you've made a decision, or if you want to leave it as it is right now, you can also click then on Solar, for example, right now. And then here you can grab the Bootstrap Min CSS, right? So you can grab it directly from here and then copy and replace it inside of our project folder. So this is how you can install a new Bootstrap styling. So for the admin, we really want to add something very cool, right? It would be awesome to have a small dashboard here at the welcome page where we can see in graphs or in charts or whatever how many invoices got created and what's the revenue, etc. So something that really shows some nice data instead of only listing it here in tables. Let's go ahead and develop such a nice statistic in the next lesson. In order to display nice visual graphics or graphs like bars and charts, etc., we need a plugin called Chart.js. We can get that from chartjs.org directly, or we can grab it from JS Deliver, which is a content delivery network to provide packages like Chart.js. Simply scroll a little bit down here on JS Deliver and search for Chart.js. As you can see, we have it right here. So let's go ahead, click on that. And now we need that chart min.js. So simply click here, copy to clipboard, and then copy URL, or we can also copy the HTML directly. So let's do that, copy HTML. Now we can close the page and simply go back to our application. And since we want to show the graph at the index page, let's go to Pages, Index Page. Right here, above our welcome, H1 over this div, paste it, and you can see we now have a script. And since it's a script, we need to wrap it inside an H tag and a header tag. So let's go ahead, head, there we go. Let's place this inside there. Now that's fine. All right, so now we have chart.min.js get loaded into our project by this head tag here because it's loaded from the CDN content delivery network. That's perfect. Now let's continue. First of all, let's create a new div. Let me zoom a little bit in here. We will keep it pretty simple and you can extend it as you go. So let's add a new canvas with the ID, like for example, my chart. We keep it just as the documentation is describing it. So this is where the actual graphs will get rendered in. Right now it's empty because we need to, well, set up some configuration and define how the data is loaded, but we will get to that. So first of all, we now need to write some, well, JavaScript code. So we need to add a new section with the name scripts. We need to write that exactly this way, because when we go to our shared folder and click on layout and scroll a little bit down, you can see that we here have an await render section scripts. So everything here will get executed, and then a specific in our pages included section with the name scripts will get executed or rendered, right? So this is what I'm talking about. So if you want to write some JavaScript code, then you need to define a section at section scripts, and then it will get executed in runtime. Now we want to show some annual revenue or some monthly revenue, so January, February, etc. So let's create a new script tag so that we can write some code here. And let's go ahead and create a constant labels. Right, this is for really showing some nice labels at our graphs so that we really know which data we are showing. And now you can skip that a little bit. I will now add every month. Now we have all of our 12 months in an array here, so that's nice. We can keep it like this. Now we define some data, and afterwards we will set up the config, and then we're already done. So let's go ahead and create a data variable. Constant data is equals to a new object, and inside of that object we now have to define the labels. So let's use our labels. And then the most important point is the data set, so the data which we really want to show, right? If you want to learn more about this, definitely take a look at the documentation of Chart.js afterwards. So let's just get started, and then you can extend it because it's an incredible, huge and powerful plugin, and it has so many options to render stuff, right? So we will now take a look at it in a very simple way, but you can extend it over time, over the next projects that you will create, so that you can really get used to it if you need it, right? So let's create a new array because we can provide multiple data sets, but right now we only have one. So inside that data set, let's create a new object, right? Our first set. The label of that set, we can now say what it's really about. For example, revenue. We can define a background color. Background color is RGB, like 250, 50, 99, 132. Border color equals to RGB 255, 99, 132. And now we get to the data. This is the important point. Here we now say what data we want to show, and it really matches. So the first entry here, this is an array, and the first entry matches to January, right? So let's simply go ahead and say for each month we have like 3. For the last 2 months we can say, for example, 5. This is really just for showing some basic information right now. We will for sure really take the information of our database, of our invoices, so that we have real data. This is now for sure fake data, just to show some information. So if we have 3, 3, 3, and then 5 and 5, for November and December the revenue was 5. It's just a short number. However, I don't want to add some huge numbers here because it would not be that able to read, because we will extend it, replace it anyway. And for all of the other months, the revenue would be 3, right? So this is why we have the data here. And now let's close it here. So data is done now. And finally, we add a config now, and we will use that config to really render the stuff. And for rendering, we want to show lines. So this is a visual configuration here, type of line. Let's assign the data. It's the data variable from above. And we have some other options, but right now we don't provide some, but you can if you like to, right? Check the documentation. Now finally, let's render all of this. Let's go ahead and say constant my chart equals to new chart. Let's grab the element, document.get element by ID, and the ID is my chart. Let's take a look. There you go. This is my chart, right? That element here. We grab that, my chart. Now we have the element, and let's add a comma, and let's assign the configuration. And the configuration is the styling, the data, and the data has the labels. So this is why we wrote that down in that order. So pretty simple so far, and that's all we have to do. Let's save that, press Ctrl F5. Let's take a look at our brand new chart. Right now it's not rendering because I have a small mistake. We need a colon here because we assign an empty object to the options. So I missed that colon here. Let's go ahead and build it again. And now you can see some nice graphics showing here, right? So that is really, or it's having a huge impact on our application, because now we have some nice visuals, right? So this is our revenue, this is our label that we just said. Here we have our data for January, February, and so on. And here on the left side, there are the actual values, all setting to 3, but the last 2 months have 5, just as our data is configured. Awesome. Now we need to add some real data because this is only fake data. Let's go ahead and check our database for all the invoices that we have. Let's sum up all the values and let's display them here in the correct month so that we really have an application that provides us some nice overview of real existing data.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Great, so we have our fake data here displayed in our graph. Now it's really time to bring everything together, to combine everything and to display some real information from our database invoices. So let's go to our application and let's real quick discuss what we have to do. Here in our dataset, right, so each dataset is like one graph. So if you want to have another graph, simply copy it and paste it again so that it looks like this, for example, and you would have directly another graph. So, but it would simply display the same data. Just for you to know that you can have multiple graphs. However, we will stick with one. So here we have our data. These are the values, but right now they are fake values and we need to provide some real data. How do we get the real data? We will simply go into our index cs.html.cs, right? Because this is the code behind for the index page. And we will here add a property or a variable which will hold our data. So let's simply prepare that a little bit. Let's go ahead and create a public. We will create a dictionary, and the dictionary is type of string for the month and type of integer for the revenue value. Let's call it revenue. There we go. We don't make it as a property, we keep it pretty simple. And now let's move back to our index.html. And now instead of loading the data here from a pre-existing array, let's turn that C# dictionary into a readable object for chart.js. For this, we need to convert that C# dictionary into a JSON object. We do that with @json.serialize. So let's serialize from our model the actual revenue variable, public variable that we have created. So we turn that model revenue, which is exactly this one here, we turn that into a JSON object, which is readable for chart.js or for JavaScript in general, right? So this is converting or serializing. All right, so this is everything we have to do right now here. Let's go to our index.html.cs to write the backend part, or the part where we have to access our database. So let's get our context into this index model, private read-only application db context. We need to import a namespace for this for sure. It's identity app data. Let's call it context. And as you can see, we already have a constructor here, which is simply, well, importing the logger from the dependency injection. Let's extend that and let's application db context here, call it context. Let me get that into the next line. And let's assign the value, or read-only context is equals to the dependency injection context. Awesome. So now let's save it like this. In our onGet method, we will now create that dictionary revenue here, right? So let's go ahead and let's initialize that dictionary revenue equals to new dictionary string integer, and we pre-define some values here. So let's go ahead and add some values. First value is for sure January. I will just show you the pattern. You can auto complete it then, or you can complete it on your own, right? So this is the first one. For everything we will add a 0 because we start with the, 0 revenue, and then later on we will go through every invoice and sum it up for each month. So go ahead and do this for all of the 12 months now, and make sure that you have it spelled exactly the way we have it here in our labels, okay? So that would be pretty good. It's not really necessary, but simply because we create an invoice and we manually type January, February, right? So we should really take a look at that. We name every month really in exactly the same way. We could potentially also use a drop down which has all the 12 months, but we keep it pretty simple, right? So let's go ahead and do this for all the 12 months. All right, so now here we have all of a month. There are maybe different ways to load the data, but I really want to choose a way that you can really easily follow, because it's really not about writing hard C# algorithms for calculating and matching dictionaries and values from database. That's really not the point about this. The point is that see in a minute how we can simply get data from our database into chart.js. This is really the most important point, because if you understand the simple way, then you can extend it on your own and can find your own ways how to show or visualize data, right? So here we have a revenue and the dictionary is now initialized with 0 values, right? So let's go ahead, let's save it right now and try it out and check if we got any errors on our page. So Control F5 and everything should now display 0. July, I just added a 1 there so that we can see if the data is loaded. And as you can see for July, we have 1. So this works fine, right? So absolutely no problem. Now the only thing that we have to do, let me just set that to 0 now. All right, so very important, every month is now set to 0. Now we can really let the magic happen and grab all the invoices from our database. Invoices equals to context.invoices. We take all the invoices in the table and make a list out of it to list. There we go. Now let's loop through this, create a for each loop for each var item, which is invoice. So for each invoice in invoices, I created that for each loop using the for each shortcut, right? For each, press tab. There you go. Now you can create your for each loop pretty easy. So we have for each loop for each invoice in or invoice list now. And now it's really easy code, right? So please make sure that when you create an invoice, you write that month in exactly the same way you have it right now here, or you might run into any issues, but that's really not the point. So let's go ahead, take our revenue. This is our dictionary. Now let's access a specific key. A key in a dictionary is January, February, etc., right? And the value behind this is the value. So key value. This is a key value pair. Now let's access that that key, and each of our invoices has a month. So invoice month. So if we say in our invoice month December, then we will go to this dictionary key. And now let's increase the value, increment the value, plus equals, so increment it by the invoice amount, right? So there we go. So we now simply go ahead and increase each of these keys by the given amount. So if we have an invoice for May, we will increment the value for May. So we don't set it to equals, make sure to increment it. That's very important. Now the problem that we have right here is that invoice amount is a double, and we have in our dictionary defined an integer. So let's simply convert that double into an integer, easier, or it's pretty nice to see whole numbers instead of floating point numbers. Let's go ahead, save this, press Ctrl F5, and we should already be done. Right, as you can see, we now have some real data going on here. 5,000, 2,500. Let me add one for maybe 3,000 in July. So let me go to invoices. I'm logged in as an administrator. Create new. 1,000 invoice month July. Write it exactly the same way we have it in our graphs. Invoice owner Mughal. All right, so there we go. Let's click on create, and when we go to home, you will be able to see that July invoice here. I set it to the wrong value. I wanted to set it to 3,000. So let's go ahead to invoices. Let me edit that one real quick. And let's click on home again. And as you can see, now we have it here, right? So we can extend our application. So let's do that in the next lesson together. You can try it out for sure, but now let's add 3 graphs in general. One for submitted invoices, one for rejected invoices, and one for approved invoices, so that we can really have a nice visualized data with 3 different graphs, so that we can really get a nice idea of what's really going on in our company, right? Alright, so now let's modify our application so that we have different graphs for each scenario. We should have a graph for submitted invoices, a graph for approved invoices, and a graph for rejected invoices. So this one here, revenue, we can call it revenue submitted. And let's copy that one. And let's go ahead and say revenue approved. And revenue rejected. Now, as you can see here, we are initializing our dictionary. So let's simply create a very easy method which is doing exactly the same stuff, so that we don't have to repeat that code so often. Let's copy that new dictionary stuff here, and let's write a simple private method which says private dictionary of type string and integer as return value, call it init dict. So this one is simply taking a dictionary, also string int. So this is the empty one. Let's call it dict. And then we fill in the values and return that dictionary. So let's go ahead and control V, new dictionary, right? There we go. We say dict is equals to new dictionary. So the parameter is a new dictionary with all the default values here. Let's return that from here. Return dict. So there we go. Now we can call that method in order to get a new initialized dictionary with all of these values, so that we don't have to repeat ourselves. So let's go ahead and initialize them here. So we can simply say revenue submitted equals to init dict. Right, there we go, init dict, and then we say revenue submitted. There we go, pretty simple. We don't really need that return type of the init dict, so that we can say revenue equals to init dict. We could simply call init dict, but that's fine because it's easier to read for me. Let's go ahead and do that for revenue approved. Make sure to definitely send that into the method, and revenue rejected. There we go. Now, but as I said, as you like, you could also create a void here. So we can simply say init dict void, and then we simply initialize it, but we don't return it. That's also working, right? So that we can simply call it like this. Absolutely no problem. It's a little bit shorter because we don't have a return type, but it really depends on what you want to build. So if you want to keep it a little bit simpler, you could also go for this. All right, so we initialize all of the dictionaries submitted, approved, and rejected here. Now let's simply go ahead inside of or for each invoice loop. Let's check which status we currently have. So we can simply use a switch case, which is fine for enumerations. So let's go ahead, switch, let's build one. Switch again, tap, switch on invoice.status. Now we don't need a default case. Not get scaffolded automatically for me, so that's pretty nice. We have the invoice submitted, approved, rejected. Let's copy that line of code here. Let's go ahead and set that into each of those statements. Let me just adjust it a little bit. I will show you all the code in a minute. And now instead of using revenue here, we take our revenue submitted, revenue approved, and revenue rejected dictionary. Because as you can see, we have the invoice state submitted, should be filled with revenue submitted dictionary, right? If it's approved, put it inside the approved dictionary. If it's rejected, put it inside the rejected dictionary. Now, since we always have at least one state which is submitted, approved, or rejected, we don't need some default code right now, but we can leave it as it is. Great. All right, so invoice, month, the rest is still correct. It's really just about putting the correct invoice amount into the right dictionary. So if you go ahead and call that init dict without a return type, you have to submit the revenue submitted as a reference so that we can still keep the object linking. That's pretty important. We also have to adjust the method for sure so that we can take this as a reference too, so that we don't miss the object linking. So now it will work. As I said, you could also do this with a return type, then it's a little bit simpler. But if you want to do it like this, you have to keep the reference to the object, else it will be null. Right, so let's go ahead. We are finished with this. Let's move into our index.cs HTML. Let's fix that here. This one is now revenue submitted. Let's put that in submitted. Now copy that one, make it comma separated, don't forget this, 2 times, so that we now have 3 in general. This one is revenue approved, and this one is revenue rejected. Now, for sure, link the correct dictionaries. Revenue approved, I think you really got the point. Revenue rejected. And now we can change the colors right here. So for rejected, we stay in the red color, that's fine. For approved, we go ahead and switch that values, set it to 255 and 99255, there we go. And for the revenue submitted, we can go ahead and create a black graph, so set every value to 0. 255 is the max value, 255, 255 and 255 would result in white, and 000 are resulting in black for sure. So let's save, Control F5, let's take a look at our application. Now you can see different graphs, right? So let's add some invoices or change some data so that we have some nicer invoices stuff. We should make some approved, we should make some rejected. So let's go ahead. We have 3 right now. I will go and click on details and approve this one here. I will click on that one and reject it. So now we have 1 approved, rejected, submitted. Let's go to home, and as you can see, that's nice. Now we have some data going on. So I will now add some more fake data to make it look a little bit nicer. You can do that too for sure. All right, so now I added some more information. Now you can see that it really takes place. So we can see that we have some submitted or open submitted invoices here, and some got rejected and some are approved, right? So now let's make that look a little bit better. Let's add a nice type of line so that it's a little bit more interpolated and not looking like mountains. So let's go to our project. We just need to add a single line of code for this. So for each of these data sets, we add just cubic interpolation mode equals to monotone. So you can find that in the documentation. Let's copy this, and this one will really interpolate the values so that we have a nicer line which is a little bit more rounded. Let's go ahead, take a look. The cubic interpolation mode. So it looks a lot nicer. You can also filter by clicking on that. Now you can only see the green ones. Now you can only see the red ones. So pretty handy without writing a lot of code. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? Don't start writing such scripts or plugins from scratch. Use what's on the market. Great, let's take a look if we should change that green color to blue. Go here for approved. Let's set this to 99 and let's set blue to 255. This is really just what you want to have. So try it out a little bit. So these are simple color values so that you finally have what you're looking for. Oh yeah, that looks pretty nice. I like the idea of purple. Great, so we have a nice blue purplish color. That's really fine. Now we are nearly done. Let's just add this statistic only for the administrator and give it here some maybe nicer text. We don't really want to see that, learn about building web apps, etc. So let's make sure that only the administrator is able to see this nice statistic. Let's go to our application, to the index file, index.html, scroll to the very top. Now you can see welcome, learn about. We can simply say learn about. There we go. Welcome. This is our invoice management system. There we go. All right, so something a little bit more specific. That's totally fine. From the text here, let's enter an MB5, margin button 5, so that we have a little bit more space. Okay, now let's simply render that my chart here only for the admin. So let's go ahead and say add if user.isInRole is enroll. Let's go to the very top and let's import our constants. So add using identity app.authorization. There we go. Now isInRole constants dot invoice admin role. And there we go. And then if we are in that role, we will render that chart. So that's very easy to add, right? We don't always have to use our authorization handlers. We could sometimes, if it's easier and if it's really not necessary to have a huge authorization filtering, we can make our life much easier if we simply say, hey, if I'm in the user role, invoice admin, then I want to show something. All right, so let's go ahead, let's check this out, and then we have our invoice management system completed. So I'm right now logged in as an admin, so I can see that. That's amazing. Let's log out and log in as a manager. And as you can see, I am not able to see it, right? That's perfect. So now we also have simple stuff that's only visible for the administrator. Let's extend our invoice management system even a little bit further. So let's talk about secrets management. As part of security, we need to know how to keep sensitive data for an ASP.NET Core app. When we talk about secrets, we are talking about any sensitive data for an application. This could be a password for a database, for example, or an API key for external API. You may know that as a good developer, we should never store sensitive data directly in our source code. Production secrets shouldn't be used for development or testing, and they should not be deployed with the app. So before we are deploying the application, we definitely need to take a look at secret management. Let's now look at how we can keep the secrets secure. We can use environment variables to store app secrets safely. They override configuration values for all previously specified configuration sources. It's important to note that environment variables are stored as plain, unencrypted text, so if the computer is compromised, then the variables are compromised too. Therefore, we would require another layer of security here. To better store our app secrets, we can consider using the secret manager tools. App secrets are stored in a different location from the project tree, and this location can hold secrets for specific projects, or they can get shared between the projects. However, this tool doesn't encrypt the secrets anyway. They are stored as keys and values in JSON configuration file under the user profile directory. So it can only be used in development. Now let us head over to our project and implement secrets management using the secret manager tool. Now let's take a look at our seeding process where we really have our password for creating accounts stored. Let's take a look. We go to program.cs. Let me scroll a little bit down, and here you can see that we use seed data initialize. Let's head over to this, press F12, and here you can see that we set the standard password directly in our, source code. So we should not have it like this. We should for sure use some secret management to not have that password included here. So let's go ahead and let's first of all take this password and remove it from a default value, or remove the default value so that it's not saved anyway. And now we should go to program.cs and we will see, alright, he's complaining now because he's missing a password. Now head over to the project on the right side, right click on identity app or on our project name and click on manage user secrets. As you can see, we have now secrets.json, and if you hold the cursor right over the tab here, you can see the final entire URL, and you can see it's in app data roaming, right? So it's in the user profile directory. And we can add our secrets here in key value pairs. So let's go ahead and add our user password for seeding. So let's call it seed user pass. And the value is the same one as the one we have just removed. For example, there we go. But now it's not stored in our project directly because it's on an external directory outside of our project root, and it will also not appear in our code version control system, so in our repository, because it's outside of our project root. Alright, so now we have our password set here. Now we for sure need to read that. Let's go ahead to program.cs, and here where we have our scope, let's grab a value from the configuration, var seed user pass equals to builder.configuration.getValue. Get value, there we go, by string, and name of the string is seed user pass, right? It's exactly the one that we have just created here, seed user pass. He will now grab the value test at 1, 2, 3, 4. That's nice. And now we can use that seed user pass and place it inside as a parameter. There we go. Now we don't have any, hard-coded password anymore in our source code because it is now placed in an external directory. And that's exactly what we want to have. So right now we already have admin and manager role in our database. Click on View, SQL Server Object Explorer. Now let's head over to ASP.NET Users Table, Database, ASP Identity App, there we go, Tables. And here we have our ASP.NET users. Right click on that one, view data, and now let's simply delete the manager account we have right here. Let's delete it. There we go. And now let's start our application, and we should still be able to log in as a manager afterwards because it will now get created using the secrets. So let's see if he's complaining about any errors. Well, that looks fine. Let's update the database. And now we have our account here. That's pretty sweet. So when we head over, so let me just log in. and it's working fine. So our account got created by reading the password from the secrets.json external file. So right now we don't have any specific hard-coded password in our source code. I just want to show you something really important that you will need when it comes to deployment or real-world applications. So right now, let's just imagine the flow. Let's go to our program.cs. So when we set up our project and we just added our models, etc., then we came to the point where we have to call the comments update database and maybe add migration, right? So we have to call update database in order to create the database and run the latest migrations. So this is something that we are doing here locally in Visual Studio. But now imagine you are deploying our current project to, for example, to the cloud, to Azure, right, for hosting. But you then maybe don't want to call update database and connect Visual Studio to the correct Azure endpoint, etc. So what's easier is to simply call here in program.cs on startup that we want to auto migrate the database. So if we don't have a database, create one and run the applications, right? So that automatically, as soon as you deploy the application, a database will get created and migrated. For sure, if only a database is not existing, right? So you do not always create a new database as soon as you start the project. It's simple. Hey, if I don't have a database, I will create one. And if I have one, let me check if I have open migrations. And if I do, then let me run the migration. So let's real quick take a look on how you can auto migrate and update your database when you start or host the application. Right here in our scope, where we can make use of the services after building the application, we simply go ahead and say, oh, we do that before we see the data for sure. Right here at this point, let's grab the services first. So we already have them here. Let's copy them to right here. Now let's add 2 lines of code. Grab the context, services, .get required service, type of application, db context. There we go. This is our context now. Go into that context, call database.migrate. That's all you have to do. If you don't have a database on your hosting environment, a database will get created if it's possible for sure. If you don't have an SQL server installed, for example, it will still fail. But if you have the requirements matched, it will now create a database and run the open migrations. So this is very, very powerful, and you will come to the point where you will need these 2 lines of code here, or let's call them 3 lines of code, right? So that you can really automatically create and update a database without running comments from the package manager console. So if we do that right now, we will not see anything because we already have a database. But as soon as I delete the database, I will do that just in a minute, then you will see that a new database will get created. So as you can see, we don't have any issues when we start the project. That's very, very important. So let me go ahead and delete our current database. Right click SQL Server Object Explorer on our database. Let me delete that one. And now when we update or refresh here, our database should be gone. There we go. And now let me just start the application again. Now this time context database migrate will get executed, or it will run and it will create a database and auto migrate it to the latest version. So let's go ahead. The application started and I will just take a look at the SQL server. Let me just refresh that. Go ahead, open the databases, and as you can see, our new database is there, and for sure we also have our invoices, so the migrations did run too. But now for sure the database is empty. We don't have any invoices. Let's take a look. It's all empty. For sure we have our users, right? So let's go ahead, check for our users, manager and admin. Why do we have them? Because we are seeding them always, right? So here we create a database, migrate it, and then afterwards we will seed our initial 2 accounts. That's very important when it comes to real-world applications, because that's what you need when you want to deploy an application. And we will now take a look at application deployment. So let's host our nice invoice management system directly in Azure. Azure App Service enables you to build and host web apps, mobile backends and RESTful APIs in any programming language of your choice without managing infrastructure. App Services adds the power of Microsoft Azure to your application, such as a layer of security, load balancing to distribute traffic coming to your website across different servers, auto-scaling by adding new service and resources like a piece of cake, automated management to automate your management processes, and DevOps capabilities such as continuous deployment from Azure DevOps, GitHub, Docker Hub, and other sources. Of course, there are also other services like Azure, but why you should go with Azure specifically, here's why. Here are some perks you'll be getting. Multiple languages and frameworks. App Services has first-class support for ASP.NET, ASP.NET Core, Java, Ruby, Node.js, PHP, or even Python. You can also run PowerShell and other scripts or executables such as background services. Managed production environment. App Services automatically patches and maintains the OS and language frameworks for you. Global scaling with high availability, scale up or out manually or automatically. Application templates. Choose from an extensive list of application templates in the Azure Marketplace, such as WordPress, Joomla, or Drupal. And serverless code, so that you can run a code or a code snippet on demand without having to explicitly provision or manage infrastructure and pay only for the compute time your code actually uses. I'm talking about Azure Functions here. So the bad thing about Azure, which I left till the end, is the free credit. We can start with $200 Azure credit you'll have for 30 days. In addition to that, we also have free services. Also, their popular services are free to use for 12 months, for example, MySQL databases, and they offer over 40 services which are also for free. Of course, you might already heard from Amazon Web Services, so let's real quick compare them a little bit. So AWS is very similar to Azure, but there are some nice differences which we now see in detail. So let's compare them both. For instance, AWS is 5 times more expensive than Azure for Windows Server and SQL. Azure excels in hybrid environments where you have services running on both Linux and Windows platforms at the same time. The most important thing is the tech support. Azure's tech support will always have your back, and this is very important as a beginner or as a business if you ever need help, where AWS is targeted towards more experienced individuals or companies with already existing IT teams. So if you are an individual developer or you have a very small team, you should go with Azure. So that's all we have to think about right now. Let's get started. Let's deploy our application to Azure. Now let's start deploying our application. Let me first of all say that you will need an Azure account, which is a Microsoft account. And unfortunately, you will need a credit card. So if you don't have a credit card, you will not be able to process. So if you have a credit card, you can simply create an account. We will get to that and then you can start deploying. Unfortunately, Microsoft is not offering anything without having a credit card registered in your account. You don't have to create an account manually right now. You can do that just in the next step. Just follow along with me. So here we have our invoice management system. Right click on your application and click on Publish. Now next, click on Azure. Next. And choose Azure App Service if you want to host it in a Windows environment or Linux. For now, we stick with Windows. Click on Next again. Now, after logging in into your Microsoft account, you should see this here so that we can create a new app service. And right now you should have one subscription. It's a default subscription called Azure Subscription 1 by default. You simply take that one. And now in Azure, things are always separated. You have a subscription and you have a resource group, and inside of a resource group there can be an application or a database, right? So it's like a simple hierarchy system or management system. So inside of that resource group, we don't have one yet, but we will create one. We create an app service instance. So click on the plus sign here. Now you can choose a name on your own, but you need to make sure that it's unique. So definitely don't take invoice management system. I'm pretty sure that one already is existing. So I will leave it as it is right here. I place it inside of our current subscription, which is like our account, right? And then we have that resource group here. That's a new one. That one will get created because we don't have one yet. So we can leave it as it is, right? It's exactly named as our new app service, but it includes the resource group syntax right here. As I said, you can definitely add a unique name. If you have a very specific company name, you can definitely take it. So this one here is a simple timestamp, but I leave it for now. Please feel free to go ahead and choose a unique name. And now it's a very important step. Please don't skip that. Click here on hosting plan, because we can select an entire free hosting model for development. For us, we are in Germany based right now, or I'm in Germany based. That's why I take Germany. You could for sure also take America or something else. So maybe choose the location you think your most traffic will come from. So, and now here's the important point. Don't take the S tier, take the free tier. That's very important. You don't see that anywhere here. You need to find it out on your own, because that one is made for developers and you will not pay a single penny for your first level hosting. So let's go, click OK, go ahead and click on create, and our new app service will now get created. Alright, so that's one part, but as you know, we have a database, right? And our database right now is on our local host where we have our SQL server. So we need to create an SQL server instance on our Azure resource 2, so that we can also create an SQL server at Azure. So what we next need to do is to add an SQL server and an SQL database. We can simply continue the process here, because it's like guided from creating an app service up to creating a database instance, all in one single process. So let's give it some time here. It's now completely done. As you can see, this is what it is now. So we have here a resource group. Inside that we have our application, and then we have some deployment slots. That's not important right now. You can also see all of this later on when you visit the page portal.azure.com, right? You have a huge dashboard over there with tons of options. So just remember that, portal.azure.com, right? All right, now let's go ahead and click on next. Select publish and click on finish. So this, we haven't published it yet. This is a so-called publishing profile, right? So you know that that's a Visual Studio that has nothing to do with C# or with ASP.NET Core. This is a publishing profile, and we set up a publishing profile for Azure. So this just saves the configuration. Right now, don't click on publish, because we don't have an SQL server and a database. You can see that here, service dependencies, right? We have a connection string, default connection, and Visual Studio automatically recognizes this, and now, well, it suggests us that we should create something. Let's click here on configure. Now let's select Azure SQL Database, click on next. Choose the subscription right here, click on the plus sign. And let's add an entire new database here. So this is Identity App DB, totally fine. This is our subscription. Here we have the resource group, right? So we will place it in exactly the same resource group. Then we have the database server and the database username and admin password. So for sure, after this lesson, I will delete the entire structure so that I can really set up a server and password and share it with you, because afterwards this resource will not exist anymore. So let's go ahead and click on database server and click new, because you don't have one yet. Now let's create our DB server. You can see Identity App DB server is not available. We can say 22, for example. Let's see if it's available. Nice. We can say take the same location. Please choose your location. Now let's go ahead and create a username and a password. For username, I'm going to choose tutorials. You like this. And as a password, I'm going to take test at 1234. And I'm going to do that for here too. Test at 1234. There we go. So it's exactly the one with the capital T, like the password that we have created for our data seeding, right? So let's go ahead, just remember that, but you will get the connection string in a second. Let's click on OK. Now everything is filled out here, that's perfect. Let's click on create. And now everything will get set up. An SQL server and an SQL database will get set up for us now. Let's give it a moment of time. Now this really takes a moment, but when it's done, you can see everything here. Now let's continue where we stopped. Select now your SQL database, click next, And now don't skip this part, it's very important. Now go ahead and write in your username right here. It's the one that we have selected from the previous step. Now enter the password that you have written down. 1, 2, 3, 4, it's the same one for me. And now make sure that you click on the I here. And now let's see the data source, right? So this is our connection string. We will need that. You can see your user ID and password here, right? There we go. So as I said, I will remove it later on, so I really don't have to worry about showing you the database connection string because this will be gone later on. Copy it. Very important, copy that one now. Maybe even open the editor and save it. You could for sure also go ahead and save that in app settings or in the key vault or whatever. So you can definitely get the connection string later on too. Absolutely no problem. But just to keep it easy and to save you some headache, don't forget to save it so that we can use it just in a moment. Now hit next. Install some NuGet packages for the Azure SQL database. Click finish afterwards. And now give it some time to install the dependencies and then click on close. Now let's see what happens when we click on publish. And as you can see, here's your URL to the page. And when you click on that right now, you should see a page saying something like, hey, we are waiting for your content or whatever, but this is a public domain. So you can give that URL to anyone and he will be able to see your content, right? You have that nice Azure website.net suffix, but this is simply because we are in a free tier. So we don't pay anything for this. If you want to have a custom domain, you have to move to a different tier, which is actually costing some money per month. This is for sure pretty normal out there. Let's go ahead and click on publish and let's see what happens. So this step also takes a while, but afterwards it should be done at any point. Right now it succeeded for me. And now it will automatically launch the website. So just give it a little bit more time and it's starting the web application and then we will see our application just in a few seconds. There we go, the browser automatically opens up our page or domain that we have now at Azure. And this issue here, this one, is now appearing. So our application is hosted and it wants to start, but it runs into an issue. And this specific issue right now that we have here is simply because he's trying to start the application and run a database migration. We get this issue because he cannot create a database because, let's go ahead, let's take a look. Click on app settings JSON. He will try to create a database right here in the server localDB MSSQLDB, but that's the one I have installed on my PC on the local host, right? So he will still use that default connection string because that's what we configured in the program.cs. He will try to use that connection string to create a database, but that's not the one which is pointing to the SQL server at Azure. So now let's go ahead and simply paste in our connection string. I'll just remove that one here. There we go, just like this. Let's go ahead and paste that as a string. Control V to paste our nice connection string. Let me close the Server SQL Explorer here. And you can see now that we have our default connection string, right? We need to add the commas so that he's not complaining here. So default connection equals to data source is equals to identity app server database Windows port 1433 initial catalog is identity app DB user ID tutorials EU. And then we have the password here. So everything is finally set up. Let's simply close the connection strings with a single brace. There we go. We just missed that. There we have it now. All right, perfect. And now we have our connection string included. So, but definitely make sure that when you're in development and you want to test something right now, then you will use the real database on our Azure SQL server, right? So if you want to use your local server, make sure to switch it or write it into the secrets and load it from there. You have learned everything. You know how you can save data in the secrets JSON, etc., or how you can use a different default connection here. Simply go to program.cs. There we go. And here we are loading a connection string so you can modify all of this for different environments, one for production, one for development, etc. Right? So we keep it simple. So this connection string is now pointing to our Azure database. So let's go ahead, save this, click on Identity App, right click, publish again, and hit publish one more time. So this time the deployment will be a lot faster because it's only taken very long on the first time. And now he's done. He will open the page again. And again, we run into the same issue, but that has a simple reason because we are trying to do something on our SQL server, right? We want to create a database, and we can only do that if our IP address is whitelisted, else we will not be able to modify the database or create a database. So now let's move on to portal.azure.com. Now move to portal.azure.com and log in. You should then see this dashboard right here. So right now it's empty. Let's click on resource groups right here. You can also search for this. So as I said, let's check the top level. Here we have, or let me just skip that. Here we have our resource group, right? Inside that resource group, we have our application, which is here. This is the app service. And then we have the app service plan. This is the pricing. And then we have our SQL database and the SQL server. Now let's click on our SQL database. That's the important one. I just want to show you, when you go to the app service, you can then start it, restart it. You can click on that and inspect it on your own, right? So the dashboard is really incredibly huge. You can here stop it, watch some data, see incoming traffic or request, whatever. Now, as I said, go to the resource group, click on SQL databases or on our SQL database. And now click on Set Server Firewall. Click on Add Client IP. And then you can see your IP address right here. And click on Save on top left corner. And now you can perform some nice actions. Go ahead to Home. Now click on App Services. Click on our application right here on our web app. Now scroll a little bit down until you can find Properties. It's right here for me. And now you can see the virtual IP address. Real quick, copy it, go back to home, go back into our SQL database. Again, click on Server Firewall, and then the start IP and the end IP, which is exactly the same one. So paste that, give it a name, app service for example. Let's click on Save. Click on OK right now. Now go back to home again. Click on our app service again, and let's restart that one. So it's now restarting. Let's switch back to our application or to our domain where we have that application, and let's simply refresh the page, press Ctrl F5. Great. Now, as you can see, the app service was able to create a new database because it was whitelisted. There are several ways to achieve this, right? So as I said, it's an incredible, powerful platform. So Azure is really complex, and I just want to give you a really short introduction on how to set up an app service in a database and how to get things running, because that's pretty straightforward now. And also wanted to show you the problem of not whitelisted IP addresses. And now the final test is to log in with an account. So let's take our admin account, click on login. And if that works, our application has been successfully deployed. For sure, we created a new database. That's why we don't have any invoices or anything else, right? But we can now go to invoices and create stuff, because if our accounts are working, the database is configured and working properly. So now we have reached the end of our application right here. Now it's deployed. Please feel free to extend it as you like or to create your own web applications now. Thanks for watching. That was quite of a huge topic, right? But you have managed to get this entirely done, and you can be really proud of yourself. We took a look at really complex chapters like authorization, authentication, user role management, data seeding, integration of JavaScript plugins, styling, and even deployment. So congratulations on finishing this real-world application or invoice management system. Good job.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.